Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always been the quiet type. Even as a little kid, I preferred my own company to anyone else's. Maybe that's why strange things always seemed to find me. It wasn't like in the movies, with loud jump scares and dramatic music. It was just things that were off, small things at first, that stacked up over the years until I couldn't ignore them anymore. I remember one time I must have been about 7 or 8. I was at Target with my mom. She was looking at towels or something, and I was just trailing behind her, bored out of my skull. I wandered off a few aisles over, just to look at the toys, and that's when I saw her. A woman, standing completely still in the middle of the aisle. She was just looking at a shelf of board games. She had long, dark hair and was wearing a light blue summer dress. It took my brain a second to process what was wrong. She had no arms. Just smooth shoulders where her arms should have been. She turned her head and looked right at me, and she smiled this small, polite smile like it was the most normal thing in the world. I didn't scream or anything, I just froze. Then my mom called my name from the next aisle and I spun around and ran to her. When I looked back, the woman was gone. I never told my mum. What would I have even said? Then there was the pine forest behind our old house. It was a thick, dense woods that seemed to go on forever. I spent a lot of time back there. One afternoon, I was building a fort out of fallen branches when I saw a shadow move between the trees. It was taller than a person and thin, just a shifting patch of darkness that didn't quite hold a solid shape. I wasn't scared, not then. I was a kid. It felt like a game. I remember calling out, "You're it," and running deeper into the woods. I could hear it behind me, not footsteps, but this soft rustling sound, like fabric brushing against pine needles. I'd hide behind a wide tree trunk, my heart pounding in my chest, and I'd peek out and see it standing a dozen yards away, just waiting. Then it would move, and I'd run again. This went on for what felt like hours, until the sun started to go down, and my mom's voice, faint and distant, called me in for dinner. I looked back one last time, and the shadow was gone. I never thought to be afraid of it. It was just my friend from the woods. Those things were weird, sure, but they were part of my childhood. They were memories I could almost write off as an overactive imagination. What started happening years later, when I was in my early 20s, was different. That's when the dreams began. It was always the same place, a clearing in a forest I didn't recognize. The grass was a weirdly bright green, and the sunlight came through the canopy in thick, dusty beams. It was always dead quiet, no birds, no insects, nothing, and he was always there. A man. He told me his name was Ash. He looked to be in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. He always wore the same thing, dark jeans, sturdy boots, and a black vest over a simple grey t-shirt. His hair was a messy brown, and he had these eyes. I've never seen another color like them. They were the color of maple wood, a warm, deep brown with flecks of amber in them. Hanging from a chain on his vest was a silver pocket watch. He never checked it. It was just there, a quiet, steady presence. He'd appear every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday night like clockwork. In the dream, it never felt like a dream. It felt more real than being awake. The air had a chill to it, and I could smell the damp earth and the pine we'd just talked. He'd ask me about my day, about my life, normal stuff. He had a calm, low voice that was easy to listen to. For a long time, I actually looked forward to these dreams. It was like having a secret friend, a confidant that no one else knew about. But after a few months, the comfort started to curdle into something else. The consistency of it began to feel less like a routine and more like a schedule he was keeping. I started to notice little things. The way he'd always be standing in the exact same spot when I arrived in the clearing. The way his maplewood eyes never seemed to blink. The way his fingers would sometimes stray to that silver pocket watch, tracing its outline, but never opening it. One Tuesday night in the dream, I got brave, or stupid. We were talking about names, and I just came out and asked him, "Ash isn't your real name, is it?" The change was instant. The easy, relaxed posture vanished. His whole body went still, tighter than a drum. The friendly light in his maplewood eyes shut off, replaced by something flat and guarded. The silence in the clearing, which was always there, suddenly felt heavy, oppressive. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. He hesitated for a long time, just looking at me. "Why would you ask that?" he finally said, his voice low and careful. I feel like I know you, but I don't. Not really. I don't even know your name." He looked away from me, towards the trees. "Some things are better left in the dark," he said. And that was it. The subject was closed. The dream ended not long after, and I woke up with a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. That was the first time I was ever truly afraid of him. The real terror didn't start until a week later. It was a Thursday. I'd had the dream the night before, the one where he'd gotten so quiet and cold I'd spent the whole day feeling unsettled, jumping at small noises. That evening, I had to run to the grocery store. It was one of those big warehouse-style places on the edge of town, with a massive, poorly lit parking lot. I was walking back to my car, my arms loaded with grocery bags, my keys already in my hand. My car was parked way out at the far end of the lot, under one of the few light posts that was actually working. As I got closer, I saw someone standing near the trunk of my car. My first thought was annoyance, thinking someone was loitering or waiting for a ride. Then the figure shifted, stepping just a little more into the dim, orange glow of the light. My blood went cold. My feet stopped moving. The grocery bags felt suddenly heavy, my fingers numb. It was him, Ash. He was wearing the exact same clothes from my dreams, the dark jeans, the boots, the black vest. His hands were in his pockets, and he was just standing there looking at me. It wasn't a dream. The air was cool and smelled of car exhaust and asphalt, not pine. The sounds of distant traffic were real. This was real. His maplewood eyes were locked on mine. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just watched me. I could see the chain of his pocket watch glinting under the parking lot light. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen. It could have been 2 seconds or 2 minutes. Every instinct in my body was screaming. This was impossible. This was wrong. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought I might pass out. I finally managed to turn my head, looking around frantically. There were other people in the lot, a couple loading their car a few rows over. They were laughing, completely oblivious. They didn't see him. They didn't see the man from my dreams standing at the end of the parking lot. I looked back at my car. He was still there. He hadn't moved. I couldn't go to my car. There was no way. I turned and I practically ran back towards the bright lights of the store, my groceries clutched tight to my chest. I didn't look back. I called a friend to come pick me up, making up some lie about my car not starting. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. That night, I dreamed of the clearing again. It was Sunday. He was there, waiting in his usual spot. The friendly demeanor was back, but it felt thin, like a veneer. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "You saw me," he said. It wasn't a question. I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. "Why didn't you talk to me?" he asked, and he sounded genuinely confused, maybe even a little hurt. I was right there. I found my voice, a shaky whisper. "You're not real. You're a dream." He took a step towards me. In the dream, I took a step back. The air grew colder. "Aren't I?" he said softly. "What does that make this? What does that make you?" I woke up gasping, drenched in a cold sweat. The line between my dreams and my waking life had not just been blurred, it had been erased. The worst part, the part that truly shattered any last bit of denial I was clinging to, happened a few days after that. My dad was in town visiting. We were out getting lunch, and we decided to walk through a little downtown park afterwards. We were talking, laughing about some stupid story from when I was a kid. The sun was out, it was a beautiful day, and for a little while, I almost felt normal. Then I saw him. Across the park near a cluster of oak trees, Ash, standing there, hands in his pockets, just watching us. The silver watch chain was a bright slash against his black vest. My whole body went rigid. The laughter died in my throat. My dad kept talking, not noticing my sudden silence. He started walking, and I had no choice but to walk with him, my legs moving on autopilot. My eyes were glued to Ash. As we walked, Ash began to move too. He kept a steady distance, maybe 50 feet away, mirroring our path. He was following us. My heart was a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I could feel the panic rising, a hot, sharp pressure in my chest. I had to know. I had to be sure. I stopped walking and turned to my dad, grabbing his arm. "Dad," I said, my voice trembling. I pointed directly at Ash, who had also stopped and was now just standing under one of the oak trees, his gaze fixed on us. "Do you see that man? Over there, by the trees?" My dad squinted, following my pointing finger. He looked right at Ash. He even shielded his eyes from the sun to get a better look. He frowned. "What man, kiddo?" he said, his voice full of genuine confusion. "I don't see anyone over there." The world tilted. The ground felt unsteady beneath my feet. My dad was looking right at him, and he saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just an empty space under an oak tree. I looked back at Ash, and in that moment, under the bright, real sun of a Tuesday afternoon, I saw the faintest hint of a smile touch his lips. It wasn't a friendly smile, it was a knowing one, a secret shared just between him and me. That's when the true bone-deep horror set in. This wasn't a ghost. This wasn't a hallucination. This was something else. Something that existed in a space between dreaming and waking. Something that only I could see. He was a constant presence. A shadow that had stepped out of my head and into my world. He was always there, on the edges, waiting. The man with the maple wood eyes and the silver pocket watch. I'm haunted by it now, every single day. The mystery of him. Who was he? What was he? The way he hesitated when I asked his real name. The flat, cold look in his eyes. Did he do something so bad he can't even speak his own name? Or did something so bad happen to him that he's trapped like this, a recurring echo in someone else's life, always waiting, always watching, with that unopened watch, counting down to something I can't even begin to understand? The fear is a constant hum in the background of my life now. I'm always looking over my shoulder, always scanning crowds, always checking the edges of rooms before I walk in. I don't sleep much on Sunday, Tuesday, or Thursday nights. I just lie in bed in the dark, waiting. Sometimes in the dead silence of the night, I think I can hear it. Not a sound you hear with your ears, but a feeling that vibrates in your bones. A soft, metallic ticking. Story 2. I never thought a camping trip could turn into something that still haunts me months later. It was supposed to be a solo getaway, just me in the woods for a couple of days to clear my head. I'd picked a spot deep in the national forest, miles from the nearest road, where the only sounds were supposed to be birds and the rustle of leaves. But that all changed when the sky started to darken way too early in the afternoon. I remember waking up that morning feeling pretty good. The air was cool, and the sun was peeking through the trees. I'd spent the day hiking around, setting up my camp in a small clearing near a creek. By late afternoon, though, the weather turned nasty. The wind picked up, and the sky went from blue to this ugly grey-green color that made my stomach knot up. I'd heard about derechos before, those straight-line winds that can knock down trees like matchsticks, but I never thought I'd be caught in one. My phone had no service, so I couldn't check any forecasts, but I knew enough to get to shelter fast. There was this old pavilion not too far from my campsite. It was one of those single-walled structures, basically just a roof and 3 sides made of wood with a cement floor. I'd seen it on the map when I planned the trip, and it seemed like a good backup. So I grabbed my tent, my backpack, and hurried over there as the first drops of rain started to fall. The wind was already howling, and I could hear branches cracking in the distance. I set up my small 2-person tent inside the pavilion, figuring it would give me some extra protection from flying debris. The pavilion felt solid, but it was open on one side, so the wind was whipping through, carrying leaves and dirt with it. As the storm really kicked in, the noise became overwhelming. The wind sounded like a freight train, just this constant roar that made it hard to think. Trees were snapping all around me, and I could see limbs flying past the open side of the pavilion. I huddled in my tent, zipped up tight, trying to stay calm. My heart was racing, and I kept telling myself it would pass soon. But then I heard something else, a tapping sound, rhythmic and sharp, like nails on the cement floor. At first, I thought it was just the storm playing tricks on me. Maybe it was debris hitting the pavilion or something. But the tapping didn't stop. It was too steady, too deliberate. I peeked out through the mesh window of my tent, and that's when I saw it. A black bear, big and bulky, pacing back and forth on the cement floor. It must have been seeking shelter too. And now we were both trapped in this small space. The bear was agitated, huffing and puffing, its fur soaked from the rain. Its claws made this clicking noise every time it took a step, and the sound was maddening because it was so out of place with the chaos of the storm. My blood ran cold. I've seen bears before from a distance, but this was different. It was right there, maybe 10 feet away, and it knew I was there too. It kept circling my tent, each pass bringing it a little closer. I could see its eyes, dark and wild, and the way its muscles moved under its wet coat. The storm was raging outside, but inside the pavilion, it felt like this separate, suffocating world. The bear would stop every now and then, sniff the air, and let out this low huff that made the hair on my arms stand up. I was frozen, barely breathing, afraid that any movement would set it off. I had a hunting knife in my backpack, one of those fixed blade ones I always carry for emergencies. My mind started racing. What if the bear decided my tent was a threat? The nylon wasn't thick. It could tear through it in seconds. I knew I had to do something, but I was shaking so bad I could hardly think straight. That's when I remembered the duct tape I had rolled up in my gear. I fumbled around in the dark, my hands trembling, and pulled out the knife and the tape. The sound of the tape peeling off the roll seemed incredibly loud, and I was sure the bear would hear it over the storm. I wrapped the tape around my hand, over and over, securing the knife to my palm. It felt awkward and tight, but I needed to make sure I wouldn't drop it if things got bad. The cold metal of the knife pressed against my skin, and the stickiness of the tape made my hands sweat. I sat there, curled up in the tent, holding the knife out in front of me like some kind of pathetic shield. The bear was still pacing, its claws clicking on the cement in this steady rhythm that felt like a countdown. Every time it passed by, I could hear its heavy breathing, and I'd hold my breath, waiting for it to lunge. Hours passed like that. The storm didn't let up. If anything, it got worse. The wind screamed, and I heard a tree crash down nearby, shaking the ground. Rain lashed against the pavilion, and water started seeping under the tent, making the floor damp. I was cold, wet, and terrified out of my mind. My body ached from staying so still, and my heart felt like it was going to pound out of my chest. I kept thinking about how close the bear was. I could smell its musky odor mixing with the wet earth and rain. Every little sound made me jump, and I kept expecting the tent to rip open at any second. I tried to remember what I knew about bears. Don't make eye contact, don't run, make yourself big. But none of that seemed applicable when I was trapped in a tent with one circling me. I thought about yelling or banging something to scare it off, but I was too scared it would charge instead. So I just sat there, silent, with the knife taped to my hand, praying that the storm would end or the bear would leave. The tapping of its claws became this obsessive focus for me. I'd count the steps, trying to predict when it would come close again. It felt like a game of chicken, and I was losing. At some point, the wind started to die down. The roar lessened, and the rain turned into a drizzle. The sky outside the pavilion began to lighten, shifting from black to a deep grey dawn was coming. I could still hear the bear, but its pacing slowed. It huffed a few times, then let out a grunt before shuffling toward the open side of the pavilion. I stayed frozen, listening as its footsteps faded away. For a long time, I didn't move. I was afraid it was a trick, that it would come back. But the clicking sound stopped, and the only noise was the dripping of water from the roof. When I finally gathered the courage to unzip the tent and peek out, the first thing I saw was the gouges in the cement floor, deep scratches from the bear's claws, etched into the surface like they'd been there for years. They circled right around where my tent was, some of them so close I could have reached out and touched them. The sight made my stomach drop. I stood up, my legs wobbly, and looked around. The pavilion was a mess, leaves, branches, and mud everywhere. But the bear was gone. The woods were quiet now, except for the occasional drip of water and the distant call of a bird. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just staring at those tracks. My hand was still taped to the knife, and when I tried to peel the tape off, it hurt like hell because the skin was raw and red. I packed up my gear as fast as I could, my hands shaking the whole time. I didn't stick around to see if the bear would return. I just started hiking back to my car, jumping at every sound. The whole way, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see it following me. I made it out of the woods and drove home, but I couldn't shake the feeling of those claws clicking on the cement. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can hear that sound, and it sends a chill down my spine. I don't know why the bear didn't attack me. Maybe it was just as scared as I was, or maybe it saw me as no threat. But those tracks are burned into my memory, a reminder of how close I came to something I can't even explain. I still go camping sometimes, but I never stay in pavilions, and I always keep an eye out for bears. That day changed something in me, and I don't think I'll ever forget the terror of sitting there, knife in hand, waiting for the end that never came. Story 3. That night, I couldn't sleep right away. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, just waiting for something to happen. The house was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the occasional car passing by outside. My window was partly open, because it was a warm summer night, and I could see a slice of the sky through the curtains. The stars were out, bright and clear, and I remember counting them in my head to try and fall asleep. Then I saw it. A star seemed to break away from the rest and streak down toward the earth. At first I thought it was a shooting star, and I felt this little thrill because I'd never seen one before. But it didn't fade out like they're supposed to. Instead, it kept coming closer, getting bigger and brighter, until it wasn't a star anymore. It turned into this glowing orb, kind of like a ball of light, but softer, almost like it was made of mist or something. It was hovering right outside my window, and I could see it through the glass, pulsing gently with a white glow. I wasn't scared at first, more like curious. I sat up in bed, my blankets pulled up to my chin, and just watched it. The orb didn't make any sound, but it seemed to be moving slowly, drifting closer to the window. Then, without any warning, it passed right through the glass, like the glass wasn't even there. I remember feeling a cold draft wash over me, and the room suddenly felt heavier, like the air had gotten thick. The orb floated into the middle of my room, and it was maybe the size of a basketball, just hanging there about eye level if I'd been standing. The light from it wasn't harsh. It was this pure white glow that filled the whole room, making everything look washed out and strange. My yellow walls looked pale, almost grey, and the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch and twist. I could feel the light on my skin. It was warm, but in a weird way, like standing too close to a heater but without the dryness. My heart started beating faster, and I gripped the edges of my blanket, too frozen to move or call out. I remember my mouth feeling dry, and I kept swallowing, trying to get rid of the lump in my throat. The orb just hung there for what felt like a long time, though it was probably only seconds. Then it started to move toward me. It drifted slowly across the room, and I could see little specks of light swirling inside it, like tiny stars caught in a bubble. I wanted to scream or hide under the covers, but I couldn't do anything. My body felt heavy, like I was stuck in place, and all I could do was watch as it came closer and closer. When it was right in front of me, maybe a foot away, the light seemed to intensify, and everything went blindingly white. I don't remember closing my eyes, but the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake like I'd been shocked. I was lying flat on my back, and the room was dark again except for my nightlight. For a second, I thought I'd just had a weird dream, but then I noticed the time. My digital clock on the bedside table said it was after 3 in the morning. I'd gone to bed around 9, so hours had passed. But it felt like only minutes. My head was throbbing, and I felt disoriented, like I'd been sleeping too deeply. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes, and that's when I remembered the tooth. I reached under my pillow, and the plastic container was still there, but it was empty. No tooth, no money, nothing. At first I thought, oh, the tooth fairy came and I must have slept through it. But then I started thinking about the orb and the light, and a cold dread settled in my stomach. I got out of bed and checked the window. It was still partly open, the curtains swaying gently in the breeze. Everything looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. The room had this eerie stillness to it, like the air was holding its breath. I walked over to the door and peeked out into the hallway. The house was quiet, and my parents' door was closed. I thought about waking them up, but what would I say? That I saw a glowing orb take my tooth? They'd think I was having a nightmare or making it up, so I just went back to bed. But I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the spot where the orb had been, half expecting it to come back. My body felt weird, tingly, like pins and needles all over, and my head kept aching in a dull, persistent way. I lay there for what felt like forever, listening to the sounds of the house and trying to make sense of what happened. The more I thought about it, the more scared I got. It wasn't just the missing tooth, it was the way time had slipped away, and that feeling of being frozen, unable to move. I started wondering if it really was the tooth fairy, but that didn't fit. The tooth fairy was supposed to be small and magical, not some glowing orb that came through the window. Plus, I'd never heard of anyone seeing the tooth fairy like that. As the night dragged on, I kept replaying it in my head. The way the orb moved, so smooth and silent, and the light that filled the room. It wasn't like any light I'd ever seen. It didn't cast sharp shadows. It seemed to absorb them, making everything look flat and unreal. I remember the warmth on my skin and how it made the hairs on my arms stand up. And that jolt awake, it was so sudden, like someone had shoved me, and I came to with my heart racing. When morning finally came, the sun streamed through the window, and everything looked ordinary again. I got up and checked under my pillow one more time, hoping maybe the tooth would be there. But it wasn't at breakfast. My mum asked if the tooth fairy had visited. and I just nodded and said yes because I didn't know how to explain the rest. She smiled and said something about how I was growing up, and that was that. But I felt sick to my stomach and I couldn't eat much. Throughout the day, I kept feeling off, like I was waiting for something to happen again. I stayed close to my parents, not wanting to be alone, and I avoided my room until bedtime. When I had to go back in that night, I made sure the window was shut tight, and I asked my mom to leave the hall light on. I lay in bed for a long time, staring at the ceiling and jumping at every little sound. Every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the orb and jolt awake, my heart pounding. That experience stuck with me for years, but I eventually pushed it to the back of my mind, telling myself it was just a vivid dream. But then, not too long ago, something brought it all back. I was staying at a friend's house, and I had this dream where I saw that same featureless being. Not an orb, but more like a tall, shapeless figure made of light standing at the foot of my bed. It didn't have a face or any details, just this glowing presence. And in the dream, I felt the same frozen fear I had as a kid. When I woke up, I was sweating and shaking, and all I could think about was that night from my childhood. Now I can't stop wondering what it meant. Was it really the tooth fairy or something else? Why did it happen to me? I've tried looking up stories online, but nothing quite matches. Most people talk about aliens or ghosts, but this felt different. More personal, like it was meant for me. The weirdest part is that I never found my tooth again, and no one else in my family ever mentioned anything strange happening that night. To this day, I have no explanation for what I saw. It's just this hole in my memory, filled with white light and a missing tooth, and a fear that never really went away. Story 4. It was one of those days that starts off normal, but you can feel it in your bones that something's off, like the air itself is holding its breath. I woke up that morning in our new house in Bellevue, Kentucky, with this weird heaviness in my chest, the kind you get when you've had a bad dream but can't quite remember it. The sun was barely up, casting these long, thin shadows across my room because the curtains were cheap and thin. Something we hadn't gotten around to fixing. Since we moved in a few weeks back, I could hear my mum already moving around downstairs, the floorboards creaking in that way they did. Like the house was sighing every time someone took a step. We'd moved here from a cramped apartment in the city, my dad landing a better job that meant we could afford a place with a yard and more space. Bellevue was supposed to be quiet, peaceful, the kind of town where nothing much happens, and that's how people like it. But from the first week, things felt wrong. Not in a big, dramatic way, just little things that added up. Like the lights in the hallway would flicker on by themselves in the middle of the night, and at first we thought it was faulty wiring. My dad checked the switches, even replaced a few, but it kept happening. Then there were the footsteps on the stairs. Not loud, pounding ones, but soft, like someone was trying to be quiet. Padding up and down when everyone was in bed, I'd lie there with my covers pulled up to my chin, listening, my heart thumping so hard I thought it might jump out of my chest. My sister, who's younger than me, started having nightmares about someone watching her from the corner of her room, and she'd wake up crying, saying she saw shadows moving. That morning, though, it felt different. The house was too quiet, even with my mom making coffee in the kitchen. The usual sounds, birds outside, the hum of the fridge, seemed muted, like someone had turned the volume down on the world. I got out of bed and went to the window, looking out at the backyard. It was overcast, the sky a dull grey, and the trees were swaying just enough to make the leaves rustle, but it wasn't windy. I remember thinking how strange that was, like nature itself was out of sync. Downstairs, my mom was at the table, stirring her coffee slowly, her face tight with worry. My dad had been having a rough time at work, long hours, stress about money, and it was weighing on all of us. He'd been quiet lately, not his usual joking self, and I could see the bags under his eyes when he came down for breakfast. That day, he barely touched his toast, just sipped his coffee, and stared out the window like he was waiting for something. My sister was picking at her cereal, her eyes darting around the room like she expected something to jump out at her. We didn't talk much. The air felt thick, charged with this unspoken tension. After breakfast, I helped my mum with the dishes, and she mentioned how cold the kitchen felt, even though we had the heat on. "It's like a draft," she said, rubbing her arms, "but I can't find where it's coming from." I nodded, because I'd felt it too. This chill that would settle in certain spots, like near the stairs or in the living room, and it didn't matter if the sun was out or not. We'd try to brush it off, make jokes about the house being old, but the laughter always died quickly. Later that morning, I was in my room trying to read, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump, the house settling, a car passing outside. Even my own breathing seemed too loud. I decided to go for a walk around the neighborhood just to clear my head. Bellevue is one of those places where the houses are spread out, with big yards and old trees, and it should have felt peaceful. But as I walked, I kept glancing back at our house, like it was watching me. The sky was still that same flat grey, and the air had this damp, earthy smell, like after a rain, but it hadn't rained in days. When I got back, my dad was in the living room, sitting on the couch with his head in his hands. I asked if he was okay, and he just shook his head, not looking at me. "Tough day," he mumbled, and his voice was so tired it made my chest ache. My mum came in and put a hand on his shoulder, whispering something I couldn't hear. I wanted to say something, do something, but I didn't know what. So I just stood there feeling useless. The afternoon dragged on, and the weirdness kept building. My sister came running into the kitchen where I was, her face pale, saying she'd seen a shadow move in the hallway. "It was tall, like a person," she said, her voice trembling. But when I looked, there was nothing. I tried to calm her down, telling her it was probably just the light, but I didn't believe it myself. Then around dusk, the lights in the hallway flickered on again, all by themselves. This time, it wasn't just a flicker. They stayed on, bright and steady, like someone had flipped the switch and forgotten. My dad got up and went to check, muttering about calling an electrician, but he stopped at the bottom of the stairs and just stared up, like he was listening for something. That's when the real fear started to set in. It wasn't just curiosity or spooky stories anymore. It was this creeping dread that something was in the house with us, something we couldn't see or understand. I remember my hands feeling cold and clammy, and I kept rubbing them together, trying to get warm. The house seemed to get quieter, like it was holding its breath, and the only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional creak from upstairs. As night fell, we all gathered in the living room, not saying much. My mom had put on some soft music, but it did little to lighten the mood. My dad was still on the couch, looking more drained than ever, and my sister was curled up next to him, half asleep. I was sitting in the armchair, watching the shadows dance on the walls from the lamp, my mind racing with all the things that had happened. The footsteps, the lights, the cold spots, it all felt connected like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't solve. Then, around maybe 9 or 10 o'clock, it happened. I was about to suggest we all go to bed early, just to escape the tension, when I saw my dad's expression change. His eyes widened, and he sat up straight, like he'd been jolted awake. He was staring at the empty space beside him on the couch, and for a second I thought he was having some kind of episode, but then his face softened, and he let out this slow, shaky breath. "Grandpa," he whispered, and the word hung in the air, so quiet I almost missed it. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. My mom must have heard it too, because she stopped what she was doing and looked over, her face pale. My dad was still staring at the spot, his eyes glistening like he was about to cry. "It's okay," he said, his voice low and choked. "I know things have been hard." He was talking to someone or something that wasn't there, but the way he was acting, it felt real. so real that I could almost feel a presence in the room, this warm, heavy feeling that settled over us like a blanket. He described it later, but in that moment, I saw it all unfold. My dad said his grandfather, who'd passed away years ago, was sitting right beside him, looking just like he remembered from old photos. Kind eyes, a gentle smile, dressed in his usual work clothes. He didn't look ghostly or transparent. He looked solid, real, like he'd just walked in and sat down. My dad said he felt a hand on his shoulder, warm and reassuring, and his grandfather told him everything would be all right, that the family would get through this rough patch. He said it was the most peaceful he'd felt in weeks, like a weight had been lifted. But then, as quickly as it started, it ended. My dad blinked, and the space beside him was empty again. The room felt colder, and the air seemed to thin out, like we'd all been holding our breath and could finally exhale. My dad just sat there, stunned, tears rolling down his cheeks. My mum rushed over to him, asking what happened, and he tried to explain, but his words were jumbled, like he couldn't quite believe it himself. I stayed in my chair, unable to move. My whole body was tingling, and I had this weird mix of emotions. Relief because my dad seemed comforted, but also this deep, crawling fear, because what just happened shouldn't be possible. The lines between life and death felt blurry, like we'd stepped into some other reality for a few seconds, and now we were back, but nothing would ever be the same. We didn't talk about it much after that. We just sat in silence for a long time, until my mum finally suggested we go to bed. I helped my sister up to her room, and she fell asleep almost instantly, like the fear had drained her. I lay in my bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sounds. The house was quiet now, no footsteps, no flickering lights, but the memory of what happened hung in the air, thick and unshakable. I still don't know what to make of it. Was it a ghost, a hallucination, some kind of shared family stress? All I know is that in our supposedly safe new home, something reached out from beyond, and for a moment, death didn't feel so far away. It was comforting and terrifying all at once, and to this day, I can't explain it. It is true, story 5. It was 3 years ago, but I remember that morning like it was yesterday. I don't think I'll ever forget it. It's one of those things that just sticks to you, like a smell you can't wash out of your clothes. It was a Tuesday, I'm pretty sure, middle of October. The kind of day that starts off normal, the most boring kind of normal, which is probably why what happened hit me so hard I'd gone to bed late the night before, cramming for a sociology midterm. So when I finally crashed, I was out cold. But the dream I had wasn't like a normal dream. It was too sharp, too clear. Usually my dreams are just weird nonsense that falls apart the second I open my eyes. This was different. It felt real. In the dream, I was walking into my gender and sexuality in modern media class. It was the 10 o'clock class. I remember the room perfectly because I'd been in it twice a week for a month. It was on the 3rd floor of the Social Sciences building, room 308. The blinds were always half closed, and that morning thin lines of sunlight were cutting through the slats, lighting up all the dust particles floating in the air. It made everything look hazy, like a faded photograph. I took my usual seat about halfway back on the right-hand side. The room was filling up. I could hear the rustle of backpacks, the low murmur of people chatting before class started. It all felt so routine, but then there was this weight, this feeling in the air, like static electricity before a storm. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. I just felt off, like I'd forgotten something important but couldn't remember what our teacher, a woman in her 40s with this really sharp, intelligent energy, clapped her hands to get our attention. She said we were doing a surprise group work session. She started numbering us off, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, her finger pointing around the room. I was a 2. I looked around to see who else was a 2. There was a girl a few rows over I'd noticed before but never talked to. She was always wearing these bright rainbow leggings that day. In the dream, they were particularly vibrant, a swirl of colors against the dull gray of the classroom chairs. The other person was a heavy-set guy who always, and I mean always, wore a dark wool cap with a Scottish plaid pattern on it. He had it pulled down low over his eyebrows. We dragged our chairs into a little circle. The girl in the rainbow leggings smiled at me, a tight, polite smile. The guy in the cap just nodded, not making eye contact. There was an awkward silence for a second, and then the girl said something to break the ice. She mentioned she'd gone to a concert over the weekend, a flogging Molly show. The guy in the cap perked up immediately. "No way," he said, his voice a little too loud for the classroom. "I love flogging Molly. They're my favorite." And then they just started talking about the band. The guy went on about how he'd seen them 3 times, how their early stuff was better, how the mosh pit was insane. The girl was nodding along, adding little comments. I just sat there, listening. And that's when the weirdest part of the dream happened. It felt like a loop. The conversation wasn't moving forward, it was just repeating. The guy said the same thing about the mosh pit twice. The girl nodded in exactly the same way I tried to say something, to interject, but my voice wouldn't work. I was stuck there, trapped in this boring, repetitive conversation about a band I didn't even listen to, and the feeling of being trapped was so intense, so claustrophobic, that it jolted me awake. My eyes snapped open, my heart was hammering against my ribs. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my t-shirt stuck to my back. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen blazed to life, 9:10 in the morning, exactly the time my dream had started. A heavy, cold weight settled in my chest, right in the center. It wasn't just the leftover fog of a bad dream. This was a deep, gnawing unease, a feeling that something was very wrong. I lay there for a few minutes, just breathing, trying to shake it off. It was just a dream, I told myself, a weird, vivid dream. I got up, my body feeling heavy and uncoordinated. I went through my morning routine on autopilot, brushed my teeth, pulled on a pair of jeans and a hoodie, poured a bowl of cereal, but only managed a few bites because my stomach was in knots. That cold feeling in my chest wouldn't go away. The walk to campus usually took 15 minutes. That day, it felt like an hour. Every normal thing I saw, a guy walking his dog, a woman jogging, a bus driving past, seemed sinister, like props in a play I wasn't supposed to be aware of. My mind kept circling back to the dream. The dust in the sunlight, the rainbow leggings, the plaid cap. It was all so stupidly specific. I pushed open the heavy door to the social sciences building and took the stairs to the 3rd floor, my footsteps echoing in the concrete stairwell. My hand was actually shaking a little when I reached for the handle of room 308. I took a deep breath and walked in, and my blood ran cold. It was exactly the same. The blinds were half closed. Those same thin lines of sunlight cut across the room, illuminating the same dust motes dancing in the air. People were taking their same seats. The low murmur of conversation was the same. The static, heavy feeling from the dream was back, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. This wasn't déjà vu. Déjà vu is a faint whisper. This was a scream. I mechanically walked to my usual seat, halfway back on the right. My legs felt like rubber. I dropped my backpack on the floor and just stared straight ahead, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm in my ears. I was afraid to look around. I didn't want to see it, but I had to. I slowly, deliberately turned my head to the left, and there she was, the girl in the exact same seat, wearing those same impossibly bright rainbow leggings, a swirl of color against the gray chair. My breath hitched. I forced myself to look a few rows ahead, and there he was, the heavy-set guy, the dark wool cap with the Scottish plaid pattern pulled down low over his eyebrows. A wave of pure, undiluted terror washed over me. It was a cold nausea that started in my gut and spread out to my fingertips. This wasn't possible. I was still dreaming. I had to be. I pinched the skin on my forearm hard. It hurt. The pain was sharp and real. The grain of the wooden desk under my fingers felt real. The sound of someone coughing a few rows back was real. That's when our teacher clapped her hands together. The sound made me jump. I watched her, my eyes wide, my whole body tense. She smiled at the class. "Good morning, everyone. Change of plans for today. We're going to do some surprise group work." My blood turned to ice water in my veins. No, 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 no. She started pointing around the room. "Okay, let's number off. You're 1, you're 2, you're 3. 1, 2, 3. She pointed at me. 2. I felt like I was going to be sick. I couldn't move. I just watched, trapped in this horrifying documentary of my own life, as the girl in the rainbow leggings and the guy in the plaid cap looked around for their group. Their eyes landed on me. The girl gave me that same tight, polite smile. The guy nodded once, without meeting my eyes. We dragged our chairs into a circle. The screech of the chair legs on the linoleum floor was deafening to me. I sat down, my hands clenched into fists on my knees. I could feel a fine tremor running through my body. The awkward silence descended. It was the same silence from the dream, heavy, expectant. The girl in the rainbow leggings shifted in her seat. She looked at the guy, then at me, and at... "So," she said, her voice bright and a little forced, "I went to a pretty cool concert over the weekend." I stopped breathing. "Oh, yeah," the guy in the cap said, his interest clearly piqued. "Who'd you see?" "Flogging Molly," she said. The guy's face broke into a grin. "No way. I love Flogging Molly. They're my favorite." And then it started. He launched into the exact same speech, how he'd seen them 3 times, how their early stuff was better. I listened, my skin crawling. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the loop, for him to repeat himself, for the trap to snap shut. He was talking about the mosh pit now. And the mosh pit was just insane, man, just completely. He paused, searching for the word. In my dream, he'd said insane twice. He didn't. He just moved on. Unbelievable. People were just going wild. It was different. The loop was broken, but that was almost worse, because now I was off script. I was in uncharted territory, and the terror was even more profound. This was real. I had seen this. I had lived this before it happened, and now I was changing it. A wild, panicked thought shot through my head. I had to stop it. I had to break the spell completely. I blurted it out before I could stop myself. My voice was too loud, too sharp. "I hate Flogging Molly." The conversation died instantly. Both of them stared at me. The girl's polite smile froze on her face. The guy looked genuinely offended, his eyebrows furrowing under the rim of his cap. The silence that followed was different from the one before. It was thick with confusion and my own radiating panic. I had just thrown a wrench into the machinery of whatever this was, and the grinding halt was terrifying. "Oh," the girl said, her voice small. Sorry." The guy just shook his head slightly and looked away, the conversation clearly over. I had done it. I had interrupted the flow. The precognitive track I'd been on had derailed, but there was no relief, only a deeper, more profound fear. What did I just do? What were the rules here? Was I allowed to do that? The rest of the group work session passed in a blur. We fumbled through the assigned topic, the atmosphere awkward and strained. I couldn't concentrate on a single word. All I could think about was the mechanism of whatever had just happened. Had I seen a fixed future and then changed it? Or was the dream just an incredibly detailed premonition of one possible path and I'd chosen another? The questions swirled in my head, making me dizzy. When the teacher finally called time, I was the first one out of my chair. I didn't look at the girl or the guy. I just shoved my notebook into my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and practically ran out of the room. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cold autumn air hitting my face like a slap. I stood on the steps of the building, gulping in deep breaths, my whole body trembling. The bright, normal daylight felt alien and wrong. People walked past me, laughing, talking on their phones, completely unaware that the fabric of reality had just glitched right in front of me, or maybe just for me. The intense, sharp terror of the classroom slowly began to subside over the next few hours, fading into a low, constant hum of anxiety that stayed with me for weeks. But it never really went away. It left me with this void, a hole filled with questions I knew I'd never get answers to. Was it a glitch? A crack I peered through? A premonition my brain cooked up from 1,000 subconscious clues? I don't know. I'll never know. What scares me the most, what still keeps me up some nights, isn't the weirdness of it. It's the implication. The feeling that for one morning, I was just a passenger, that my choices weren't really mine. And the truly chilling part is that I only realized it because I happened to wake up and remember the route I was supposed to take. It makes me wonder how many other times it's happened, how many days I've lived through exactly as I was meant to, completely unaware that I was just reading from a script I'd already rehearsed in my sleep. I walked away from that class, and I never figured it out, and I never will. Story 6. The day it all happened started out normal enough. It was a Saturday in late October, the kind where the sky is this flat, grey colour, and the air has that crisp bite to it. I woke up around 8 in the morning, which was early for me on a weekend, but I'd been having trouble sleeping lately. Nothing major, just that restless feeling where you wake up a lot and can't quite settle. I remember dragging myself out of bed, my feet cold on the wooden floor, and heading to the kitchen to make coffee. The house was quiet. My parents were out of town, visiting relatives, and my sister was staying over at her boyfriend's place, so I had the place to myself. I spent the morning puttering around, trying to distract myself. I cleaned up a bit, watched some TV, but I couldn't shake this weird unease. It was like there was a weight on my chest, something I couldn't name. Around noon, I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I stepped outside, and the first thing I noticed was how still everything was. No birds, no wind, just silence. The cemetery looked even more peaceful than usual, but in a way that felt off, like it was holding its breath. I walked along the street, keeping my distance from the wall, and tried to ignore the prickling on the back of my neck. I ended up cutting the walk short and heading back inside. The afternoon dragged on. I tried to read a book, but my mind kept wandering. I'd find myself staring out the window at the cemetery, watching the shadows shift between the headstones. At one point I thought I saw movement out there, a flicker of something pale near one of the older graves. I shook it off, telling myself it was probably a trick of the light or a stray cat. But deep down, I felt a chill, the kind that seeps into your bones. As evening approached, the sky darkened early, and I started to feel even more on edge. I decided to take a shower, thinking the hot water might help me relax. The bathroom is down the hall from my bedroom, and I remember the house feeling emptier than usual, like the silence had weight to it. After my shower, I wrapped myself in a towel and headed back to my room. That's when I saw her. I pushed my bedroom door open, and there she was, standing, or rather hovering, near my bed. She was a woman, or what looked like a woman, but she had no legs. From the waist down there was nothing, just empty space where her body should have been. She was pale, almost translucent, like old glass, and she was wearing a faded, old-fashioned dress that hung limply around her. Her hair was long and dark, tangled around her shoulders, and her eyes, God, her eyes were just hollow pits, dark and empty. She wasn't looking at me. She was facing the window toward the cemetery, as if waiting for something. My heart slammed into my throat. I froze in the doorway, my breath catching in my chest. I could feel the towel clinging to my damp skin, and suddenly I was shivering, but not from the cold. It was this deep, primal fear that made my legs feel like jelly. I blinked, hard, thinking maybe I was seeing things from the steam or the fatigue, but when I opened my eyes, she was still there. She didn't move, didn't make a sound. She just hovered, silent and still, and the air around her felt cold, like someone had opened a freezer door. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute, but then I stumbled backward, my shoulder hitting the door frame. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip it. When the overhead light flickered on, she was gone, just like that. The room was empty, exactly as I'd left it earlier, with my bed unmade and clothes piled on a chair, but the cold spot lingered, and I could still smell this faint, musty odor like old dirt and decay. I backed out of the room and slammed the door shut, leaning against it, while my heart hammered in my ears. I felt dizzy, sick to my stomach. I kept telling myself it was a hallucination, that I was tired or stressed, but it felt too real. The image of her, the legless woman, was burned into my mind. I hurried to the living room, turning on every light I passed, and collapsed on the couch. I wrapped a blanket around myself, but I couldn't stop shaking. For the next hour or so, I just sat there, staring at the wall, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I thought about calling someone, my sister maybe, but I didn't want to sound crazy. Besides, she was with her boyfriend, and I didn't want to bother them. Her boyfriend was a good guy, kind of quiet, but he always had this easy smile that made you feel at ease. Thinking about him made me feel a little calmer, but then the fear would creep back in. As it got later, around 9 at night, I started to feel a bit braver. I told myself I had to go back to my room eventually. I needed to get dressed and maybe try to sleep. So I took a deep breath and walked back down the hall. The house was still too quiet, and every creak of the floorboards made me jump. When I reached my bedroom door, I hesitated. My hand on the knob, I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud in the silence. I pushed the door open slowly, half expecting to see her again. But the room was empty. Relief washed over me and I let out a shaky breath. I stepped inside, my eyes scanning every corner. Nothing. I walked over to my closet to grab some pajamas, and that's when I saw it, or rather saw me. In the reflection of my closet mirror, I saw myself standing behind me, but it wasn't me. I mean, it looked exactly like me. Same face, same hair, same clothes I had on earlier, but the expression was all wrong. This other me had this blank, empty stare, like a doll's eyes, and there was this slight, twisted smile on its lips that sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I spun around expecting to see nothing, but there it was, standing right there in the middle of the room, solid, real, and staring right at me. I stumbled back, hitting the closet door hard. My breath caught, and for a second I couldn't move. The other me didn't say anything. It just stood there, watching me with that dead-eyed look. Then it raised a hand, slowly, pointing toward the window, toward the cemetery. I followed its gaze, and outside, in the dark, I could see the outline of the headstones, pale in the moonlight. My mind was racing, trying to process this. Was I dreaming? Had I lost it completely? But the fear was too raw, too physical. I could feel the sweat on my palms, the tightness in my chest. I looked back at the thing, the copy of me, and it was still there, unmoving. I don't know what came over me, but I lunged forward, my hand outstretched, like I could push it away or make it disappear, but my hand went right through it. There was no resistance, just this cold, numb sensation, like dipping my fingers into ice water. I jerked back, gasping, and the thing faded away. Not like it walked off, but like it dissolved into the air, leaving nothing behind. I was alone again, but the room felt charged, electric with something I couldn't understand. I backed out of the room, my legs trembling, and shut the door. I leaned against it, breathing hard, and that's when I heard the phone ring. It was my sister. Her voice was tight, panicked. She said her boyfriend had been acting strange all evening, quiet, distant, and then he'd just collapsed. She was crying, saying he wasn't breathing, that she'd called an ambulance, but it was too late. He was gone. just like that. She kept asking me what to do, but I couldn't form words. All I could think about was the legless woman, the other me, and the pointing finger aimed at the cemetery. I told her I'd be right there, but I felt frozen. After I hung up, I sat on the floor in the hallway, my head in my hands. The pieces started clicking into place in the worst way. My sister's boyfriend had been over a few days before, and we'd talked about the cemetery. He'd joked about it, saying he never liked walking past it at night, and now he was dead. Soon after I saw those things. I don't know how I got through the rest of that night. I drove to my sister's place, held her while she cried, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying everything over and over. The legless woman, the version of myself, the cold, the fear. When I got back home in the early hours of the morning, the house felt different, heavier. I couldn't bring myself to go into my bedroom. I slept on the couch, if you can call it sleeping, with all the lights on. The next few days were a blur of arrangements and condolences, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was connected, that what I saw wasn't random. I never told anyone, not even my sister. How could I? They'd think I was insane. But sometimes, when I look out my window at the cemetery, I see things, shadows moving, shapes that don't belong, and I wonder if she's still there waiting, or if that other me is out there somewhere. I moved out of that house a month later, couldn't stand it anymore. But even now, years later, I have nightmares. I wake up in a cold sweat, remembering that day, the legless woman, the copy of me, and the phone call that changed everything. I still don't have any answers. I don't know what it was or why it happened. All I know is that I saw something I can't explain, and it left me with this deep, lingering fear that never really goes away. Story 7. The house was old, one of those sprawling places with more rooms than anyone needed, all dark wood and heavy drapes. My room was at the end of a long corridor on the second floor. It was always a bit colder in there than the rest of the house, but I'd never thought much of it. I liked the solitude. The first few days were quiet, boring even. I read books, sketched a little, and took short walks in the gardens. When the weather permitted, Clara was often busy with her own things, so we'd mostly just see each other for meals. The night it happened was a Tuesday. I'm sure of it because the servants had their half-day off on Wednesdays, so the house was always extra quiet on Tuesday nights, a kind of rehearsal for the deeper silence to come. I went to bed at my usual time, maybe a little after 10. The room was dark, the only light a sliver of moon coming through a gap in the curtains. I fell asleep easily enough, but my sleep was restless, filled with fragmented, nonsensical dreams I couldn't grasp upon waking. I didn't wake up slowly. It was a jolt, like someone had poured cold water over my heart. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was utterly, completely awake. And the first thing I noticed was the air. It was thick. That's the only word for it. It felt heavy to breathe, like I was sucking in soup, and it had this smell, not a bad smell, but a strange one. It was sharp and clean, like the air right after a lightning strike. Electric. That's what it was. The air in my locked bedroom was electric. My heart was already hammering against my ribs. I lay perfectly still, my eyes straining against the darkness. The room was mostly shadows, but there was a faint, greyish light coming from the far wall, the one opposite my bed where the large wardrobe stood. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the moon, but the moon was behind me. To my left, this light was different. It was a soft, self-contained glow, about the size and shape of a person, and then it moved. It wasn't a sudden movement, it was a slow, drifting shift, and as it moved, the form became clearer. It was a woman. She was tall and seemed to be wearing a long, light-colored dress, though it was hard to tell because the whole of her had this blurriness to her. It was like looking at someone through a pane of old, wavy glass, or through water. Her features were there, but they were smeared, indistinct, I could make out the dark pools of her eyes and the pale oval of her face, but it was like a painting someone had run their thumb across before the paint dried. She didn't look at me. She didn't seem to be aware of me at all. She was just there, floating, maybe an inch or two above the floorboards. She drifted silently from near the center of the wall towards the corner of the room, the one to the right of the window. There was no sound, not a rustle of fabric, not a whisper of air. The only sound was the frantic, ragged sound of my own breathing and the deafening thump of my own pulse in my ears. I was paralyzed. I couldn't have moved if the bed itself had caught fire. Every instinct was screaming at me to hide, to pull the covers over my head, but I was frozen, my fingers gripping the linen sheets so tightly my knuckles ached. I watched her glide, that faint, sickly glow outlining her form. It wasn't a bright light. It was the color of old milk, of a mushroom growing in a dark place. She moved with a purpose, a slow, deliberate path towards that corner, and then, just as she reached the point where the two walls met, she simply dissolved. It wasn't a fade, it was a vanishing. One moment she was there, a shimmering, blurred figure, and the next, the space was empty. The electric feeling in the air vanished with her, sucked out of the room so suddenly it left a vacuum. The normal night air rushed back in, feeling thin and cold by comparison. For a long time I didn't move. I just stared at the empty corner, my mind a blank slate of pure terror. My body was trembling, a fine, uncontrollable shake that started in my hands and ran all the way up my arms and into my core. Slowly, so slowly, I forced myself to sit up. The room was just a room again. The wardrobe was a solid, dark shape. The moonbeam still cut its path across the floor. Everything was normal. But it wasn't. It could never be normal again. I had to know. I had to prove to myself that I had imagined it, that it was a trick of the light and a bad dream. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet flinching as they touched the cold floorboards. I walked on unsteady legs to the wall where she had appeared. I ran my hands over the wallpaper. It was smooth, cool, nothing. I went to the corner where she had vanished. I knelt down and felt the floor. It was just wood, a little more worn than the rest. I even pressed my ear to it, listening for some secret, some sound, but there was only the hum of absolute silence. I checked the door. It was still locked, the heavy iron key still in the inside keyhole where I'd left it. The window was latched shut. There was no way anyone or anything could have gotten in or out. I stood in the middle of the room, my arms wrapped around myself, feeling more alone and exposed than I ever had in my life. The fear wasn't a spike anymore. It was a deep, cold pool settling in my stomach. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in a chair by the dead fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, and watched that corner until the sun came up. The next morning, the world felt different. The sunlight seemed too bright, too false. I went down to breakfast feeling hollowed out. Clara was already there, sipping her tea. She took one look at me and asked if I was feeling worse, if my cough was back. I just shook my head and said I hadn't slept well. We ate in silence for a few minutes before I finally gathered the courage to speak. My voice came out quiet, a little hoarse. "Clara," I said, "this house, are there any stories about it?" She looked up from her plate, her expression unreadable. "Stories? What kind of stories?" "You know," I said, gesturing vaguely. "Old stories, about things being not quite right." She gave a small, dismissive shrug. "It's an old house. Of course there are stories, Mrs. Higgins, the cook before Agatha, used to swear she heard crying in the West Wing sometimes, and the groundskeeper says he's seen a light in the old nursery when no one's up there. But it's all nonsense. Drafts and rats and an overactive imagination." She looked at me more closely then. "Why? Did you hear something last night?" I almost told her the words were right there on my tongue. "I saw a woman made of light who vanished into the corner of my room." But it sounded so insane. Even in my own head I was afraid she would laugh, or worse, look at me with pity. So I just shook my head again and said, "No, just the wind, I think." She seemed to accept that, and we didn't speak of it again. But the look in her eyes, that brief flicker of something, not surprise, but a kind of grim recognition, stayed with me. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I avoided my room during the day as much as I could. At night, I would lock the door and wedge a chair under the handle, a futile gesture that made me feel slightly less helpless. I started sleeping with a candle burning, which cast long dancing shadows that made my heart leap into my throat a dozen times a night. I was a nervous wreck, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. And for some reason I still don't fully understand. I took out my sketchbook. I wasn't trying to draw her, not exactly. It was more like I needed to map it, to pin down what I had seen onto paper, to prove it had a shape and a location. I drew a rough outline of my room, the bed, the wardrobe, the window. And then, with a hand that still trembled, I marked a small X on the wall where she had first appeared. I drew a dashed line, tracing the path she had drifted across the room, and I put a final, darker X in the corner where she had disappeared. I stared at the simple drawing. It was a record. It was proof, if only for myself, that I wasn't going mad. A week after the incident, a letter arrived for Clara. It was from an old friend of our mother's, a woman who had lived in the area for decades. Clara read it at the breakfast table, her face growing paler with each line. She finished it, folded it carefully, and didn't speak for a long minute. When she finally looked at me, her eyes were wide and serious. "Do you remember what you asked me about stories concerning this house?" A cold dread, entirely separate from the fear I'd been carrying, began to creep up my spine. I just nodded. "There was a story," she said, her voice low. "A true one, it seems. About 30 years ago, the family who lived here before us had a young maid. She was involved with the son of the house. It ended badly. There was a fight, an argument, in one of the bedrooms." She took a shaky breath. "The story goes that he killed her, stabbed her. They covered it up, said she'd run away. They cleaned the room and put down a new carpet. No one ever spoke of it again. My mouth was dry. I could barely get the words out. Which room?" Clara's gaze was unwavering. "Yours." The world seemed to tilt. The eggs and toast I'd eaten felt like a lump of lead in my stomach. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. "I need to see," I whispered without another word. I turned and ran upstairs, Clara close behind me. I burst into my room and went straight to the corner, the one I had marked with the dark X on my map. I started pulling at the edge of the heavy, patterned carpet. It was stubborn, held down by furniture and its own weight. But Clara helped me, her face a mask of grim determination. We managed to peel back a large section near the corner. The floorboards were exposed, dark and old, and there, seeping up from between the cracks in the wood, was a stain. It was a dark, rusty brown, almost black in places. It wasn't a spill. It was soaked deep into the grain, a sprawling, ugly blotch that had been hidden for decades. The shape of it was unmistakable. It was roughly the size and shape of a human body curled on its side, with a darker, concentrated patch right in the center where a heart would be. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely function. I stumbled over to my desk, fumbled through my sketchbook, and found the page with my drawing. I brought it over and laid it on the floor, next to the stained wood. We both stared. The dashed line I had drawn, the path of the glowing woman's drift, started at a point on the wall and ended directly over the darkest, most concentrated part of the bloodstain. The place where her life had drained away was the exact spot where the apparition had vanished from my sight. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a confirmation. A horrific, chilling confirmation that what I had seen was not a dream, not a figment of a fevered imagination. I had witnessed a ghost, I had seen the final silent echo of a murder victim replaying her last moments in the very room where her life was brutally taken. The electric air was the residue of a violent death. The blurred features were the face of a young woman erased from the world. Her silent drift was a journey back to the site of her death. I dropped the sketchbook. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just stood there, the truth washing over me in an ice-cold wave, extinguishing any last ember of doubt or comfort. The terror of that night wasn't just about seeing something unnatural. It was the gut-deep understanding that I had shared a space with a profound, violent sorrow, that I had been a helpless witness to a tragedy that time had not erased. We left the house that very afternoon. I never spent another night there. My family eventually sold the estate. I never told my parents or my brother what happened. How could I? But I've never forgotten the feel of that electric air, the sight of that blurred, glowing form, and the cold, hard truth soaked into the floorboards. To this day, I can't be in a completely dark room. And sometimes, when the air feels just a little too still, too thick, my heart starts to hammer all over again, and I see her in my mind, drifting silently towards that corner, forever returning to the place where she was destroyed. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about that day. It was a Saturday, and me and my friends were bored out of our minds. Our town is one of those places where nothing ever happens, so when someone suggested checking out the old abandoned hotel on the edge of town, it didn't take much convincing. We'd all heard the stories growing up, whispers about it being haunted, people seeing things in the windows, that kind of stuff. But we were teenagers then, and stupid enough to think it was all just talk. If I knew then what I know now, I would have stayed home and watched TV or something, anything but step foot in that place. The hotel had been empty for as long as I could remember. It was this big, crumbling building that used to be kind of fancy back in the day, but now it was just a skeleton of what it once was. The paint was peeling off in big strips, windows were boarded up or broken, and the whole thing had this heavy, sad feeling around it. We met up around 2 in the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip a little, casting long shadows that made everything look even creepier. There were 3 of us, me and 2 friends from school. We didn't have names for each other beyond just dude or man, so that's how I'll refer to them. One was taller and always kind of jumpy, and the other was more laid back, but both were as curious as I was. We parked our bikes a little ways off and walked the rest of the way to the hotel. The air felt different as we got closer, colder, like we'd stepped into a fridge, even though it was a warm day. The grass was overgrown and weeds poked through cracks in the pavement leading up to the front entrance. The door was hanging off its hinges, so we didn't have to break in or anything. Just pushed it open, and it creaked like something out of a bad horror movie. But this was real, and that sound made the hair on my arms stand up inside. It was dark and smelled like damp wood and mold. Dust floated in the little shafts of light, coming through holes in the roof, and everything was covered in a thick layer of grime. The floorboards groaned under our feet with every step, and I remember thinking that if anyone was in here, they'd definitely hear us coming. We had flashlights, but they didn't do much against the deep shadows in the corners. The lobby was huge, with a reception desk that had papers scattered everywhere, and old furniture that was rotting away. We didn't spend much time there because it felt like we were being watched, you know? That prickly feeling on the back of your neck that you can't shake. We decided to start exploring the floors one by one. The stairs were rickety, and I held onto the railing, which felt slimy and cold. Every floor we went up, the air got heavier, and it was harder to breathe. On the second floor, we found some old rooms with beds still in them, mattresses stained and torn, and closets hanging open like mouths. We joked around a bit to ease the tension, but our voices sounded small and hollow in that space. By the time we reached the 3rd floor, the jokes had stopped. It was quieter up there, and the dust was so thick it looked like snow in our flashlight beams. Then we got to the 4th floor. I don't know why, but something felt off right away. The hallway was longer than the others, and at the far end there was this weird glow, like a faint light coming from under a door. We moved slowly, our footsteps echoing too loud. That's when we saw the pentagrams. They were drawn on the walls in what looked like red paint or maybe chalk, but it was faded and smeared, like someone had tried to wipe it off but couldn't. They were everywhere, on the doors, the ceiling, even scratched into the floorboards. My heart started beating faster, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back even though it was cold. We kept going, drawn toward that light at the end of the hall. As we got closer, I saw a figure standing there, just a shadow against the wall. It was tall and thin, and for a second, I thought it was one of my friends, but when I turned to check, they were both right beside me, their faces pale in the flashlight glow. The figure didn't move, just stood there, and then it was gone, like it melted into the shadows. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but my friends saw it too. One of them whispered, "What was that?" And his voice was shaky. We all froze, not sure whether to keep going or run back. That's when things got really bad. We decided to check out the room where the light was coming from, because at that point, we were too scared to turn back without knowing the door was slightly ajar, and when we pushed it open, the smell hit us first. It was like burnt plastic and something sweet, rotten. The room was small, with a broken window letting in the afternoon light, but it felt dark anyway. In the corner there was a doll. It was old and dirty, with its face half melted like it had been in a fire, and its eyes were staring right at us. But the worst part was the wall behind it. Someone had written in big, messy letters, "I'm watching you." The paint was fresh, still dripping a little, and it looked dark red, like blood. My stomach dropped, and I felt like I was going to be sick. We all backed away, but as we did, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Near the door, a woman was standing there. She had long black hair that covered most of her face, and she was wearing a white dress that was torn and dirty. She wasn't moving, just staring at us, and her eyes, I couldn't see them clearly, but I felt them like they were digging into me. Then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Not like she walked away, but vanished, like she was never there. The air went cold, so cold I could see my breath, and a chill ran down my spine that I still feel sometimes. We didn't wait around after that. We turned and ran, stumbling down the stairs, not caring about the noise or anything. I remember my heart pounding in my ears and my legs feeling like jelly. We burst out of the hotel into the daylight, gasping for air, and didn't stop until we were back on our bikes. We rode away as fast as we could, not looking back. When we finally stopped, miles away, we just sat there, shaking and trying to process what happened. None of us could speak for a long time. That was years ago, but I've never forgotten it. I still have dreams about that woman and that doll, and sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I see her in the dark. I don't know what it was. If it was a ghost or someone playing a trick or something else, but it felt real, too real. And that message on the wall, "I'm watching you," it stuck with me. I avoid that part of town now, and I never go near abandoned places. Whatever happened in that hotel, it changed me, and I don't think I'll ever fully understand it. Story 9. It started out as a totally normal day. I was home alone, which isn't unusual. My parents were at work, and my sister was off at college. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the fridge humming and the clock ticking in the hallway. I had the day off from my part-time job, so I was just lounging around, catching up on some TV shows. Our dog, a lazy old Labrador named Buster, was crashed out on the living room rug, snoring away like he does every afternoon. He's been with us for years, and he's basically a furry lump unless there's food involved. I remember it was around 2 in the afternoon because I'd just finished lunch and was thinking about maybe taking a nap myself. The sun was streaming through the windows, making dust motes dance in the light. and everything felt calm. Too calm, I guess, looking back. I've always been a bit jumpy, ever since I was a kid, because my family has this history of weird stuff happening. Nothing major, just little things. Doors closing on their own, whispers in the night, that kind of stuff. My mum says her side of the family has always been sensitive. Whatever that means, I used to roll my eyes when she talked about it, but now I'm not so sure. So, there I was, scrolling through my phone on the couch, when I heard a noise from down the hall. It wasn't loud, just a soft thud like something had fallen over. I figured it was probably Buster getting up, but when I glanced over he was still dead asleep, his chest rising and falling steadily. I shrugged it off. Old houses make noises, right? Our place isn't that old, maybe 40 years or so, but it creaks and groans like it's got a mind of its own. Sometimes I went back to my phone, but then I felt this chill, like someone had opened a window and let in a cold breeze. Except all the windows were shut and the AC wasn't on. It was that kind of cold that seeps into your bones, and I got goosebumps all over my arms. I remember rubbing my hands together to warm up, thinking maybe I was just imagining things. But then I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, something moved in the hallway. I turned my head, and for a split second, I saw this dark shape dart past the doorway. It was low to the ground, fast, and it looked exactly like a dog, the size, the shape, everything. My heart jumped into my throat and I whipped around to look at Buster. He was still asleep, hadn't moved an inch. I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach. What the hell was that? I stood up slowly, my legs feeling wobbly, and peered down the hall. Nothing there, just the empty hallway with the family photos on the walls and the carpet looking perfectly normal. I tried to convince myself it was a shadow or my eyes playing tricks on me. I've had that happen before when I'm tired, see things that aren't there, but this felt different. It was too solid, too real. I could almost swear I heard the soft patter of paws on the carpet, even though there was no sound. I walked down the hall, my heart pounding, and checked every room. My bedroom, my parents' room, the bathroom, all empty. Nothing out of place. I even looked under the beds, feeling stupid as I did it, but I had to be sure. When I got back to the living room, Buster was still snoozing, and I sat back down on the couch, trying to calm myself. I took a few deep breaths, telling myself it was nothing, but that cold feeling was still there, hanging in the air like a fog. I decided to make myself a cup of tea, something to settle my nerves. I headed into the kitchen, which is right off the living room, and filled the kettle with water. As I was waiting for it to boil, I noticed the measuring cup on the counter. It's one of those glass ones with the red markings, and my mom uses it all the time for baking. It was just sitting there, clean and dry, next to the fruit bowl. I wasn't even touching it. I was leaning against the counter, staring out the window at the backyard. Then out of nowhere, it exploded. I'm not exaggerating. It just shattered into pieces like someone had hit it with a hammer. There was no warning, no sound beforehand, just this loud pop and then glass flying everywhere. I jumped back, my heart racing, and let out a yelp. Glass shards were scattered all over the counter and the floor, glittering in the sunlight. I stood there frozen for a second, trying to process what had happened. The kettle started whistling, snapping me out of it, and I rushed to turn it off. My hands were trembling as I did, and I could feel my pulse thumping in my ears. I cleaned up the glass, careful not to cut myself, and kept thinking, how does a measuring cup just explode? It wasn't hot, it wasn't under stress, it was just sitting there. I've heard of things like that happening with tempered glass, but this felt different. It felt intentional almost, like something didn't want me to have a peaceful afternoon. I finished cleaning and decided to skip the tea. I went back to the living room, but now I was on edge, hyper-aware of every little sound. Buster was still asleep, which was weird, because he usually wakes up at any loud noise. He didn't even stir when the measuring cup broke. That made me even more uneasy. I sat back on the couch, but I couldn't relax. I kept glancing around the room, expecting to see something move. And then things started falling. First, it was a book from the shelf across the room. It was a thick hardcover, one of my dad's old novels, and it just slid off the shelf and landed on the floor with a thud. I stared at it, waiting for Buster to react, but he didn't. Then, a few minutes later, a small picture frame on the end table tipped over and fell. It didn't break, but it made me jump. I got up and put it back, my hands shaking. I checked the shelf. It wasn't uneven or anything. The book had been wedged in tight between others. By this point, I was seriously freaked out. I remembered the family stories. My mom talking about how her grandmother's house had similar things happen. Objects moving, voices in the night. I always thought it was just family lore, but now it was happening to me. I felt this wave of anxiety wash over me, and I started to sweat even though the house was cool. I needed to document this, to have proof that I wasn't going crazy, so I grabbed my phone and decided to record. I've seen enough horror movies to know that this might be a bad idea, but I had to do something. I opened the camera app and started filming the living room, panning slowly. Nothing happened at first. I felt silly, holding my phone up, talking to myself a bit, saying stuff like, "Okay, it's quiet now, but things have been falling." My voice sounded shaky on the recording. I decided to focus on the closet in the hallway, because that's where I'd seen the dog-like thing run from earlier. The closet door is one of those old wooden ones that creaks when you open it. It's always been stiff, and you have to give it a good tug to get it moving. I set my phone on a stack of books on the coffee table, aiming it at the closet door down the hall. I made sure it was steady and hit record. Then I sat back on the couch, watching the screen on my phone. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. I could see Buster still asleep in the corner of the frame, and the hallway looked normal. I was starting to think I was wasting my time when I saw it. The closet door began to move, slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. It creaked open, not all the way, just a few inches, enough to see the darkness inside. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't touched it. There was no draft. Nothing, it just opened on its own. The creaking sound was low and drawn out, the same sound it always makes, but this time it felt sinister. I kept filming, my eyes glued to the screen. The door stopped moving, hanging open about 6 inches. I could see the shadows inside, and for a moment I thought I saw something move in there, but it might have been my imagination. I stopped the recording and played it back. Sure enough, there it was. The door creaking open by itself. I saved the video, my hands trembling so bad I almost dropped my phone. I felt a mix of relief and dread. Relief that I had proof. Dread, because now I knew it wasn't just in my head. I sat there for a while just staring at the closet door, which was still slightly ajar. I didn't have the courage to close it. The rest of the afternoon dragged on. I tried to go back to watching TV, but I couldn't focus. Every time I heard a noise, I jumped. Buster finally woke up around 4 o'clock, stretching and yawning like nothing had happened. He came over and nuzzled my hand, and for a second I felt a little better. But then I remembered the dog-like thing I'd seen, and I wondered if it was connected. Was it some kind of entity mimicking him? The thought made my skin crawl. As evening approached, the sun started to set, casting long shadows through the house. I kept the lights off, because somehow the darkness felt safer, like if I couldn't see anything, nothing could happen. But that was stupid, because the unknown was worse. I was sitting in the living room, Buster at my feet, when I heard a soft scratching sound from the hallway. It was faint, like nails on wood, and it was coming from the closet. Buster's ears perked up, and he let out a low growl. That got my attention. He never growls unless there's a reason. I stood up slowly, my heart hammering again. I didn't want to go down that hall, but I had to see. I crept toward the closet, Buster following me, his tail tucked between his legs. The scratching stopped as I got closer. I reached out to push the door closed, but before I could, it swung open the rest of the way on its own, hitting the wall with a soft thud. The inside was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything. I fumbled for the light switch, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out. I backed away, pulling Buster with me. He was whining now, a scared sound that made my anxiety spike. We retreated to the living room, and I locked myself in, even though I knew locks probably wouldn't matter against whatever this was. I spent the next few hours just sitting there, waiting for my parents to come home. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the trees outside made me flinch. I checked the time on my phone. It felt like forever, but it was only around 7 when I heard their car pull into the driveway. When they came in, I tried to act normal, but I must have looked pale because my mum asked if I was okay. I didn't tell them everything, just said I'd had a weird day and showed them the video of the closet door. They watched it, and my dad shrugged, saying it was probably the house settling. My mum looked worried, though, and she mentioned the family history again, but she didn't push it. I didn't mention the dog-like thing or the measuring cup. I didn't want to sound crazy. That night, I barely slept. I kept my phone close, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape running past me. I still don't know what it was. A ghost, a hallucination, something else. I've got the video, but it doesn't explain anything. It just shows a door opening, and to anyone else, it might look like nothing. But to me, it's proof that something happened, something I can't explain. And that's where it ends. I'm sitting here now, typing this in the middle of the night, and I can hear the house settling around me. Buster is asleep at the foot of my bed, and every time he twitches, I wonder if he's dreaming or if he senses something. I don't know if it's real or not, but the fear is real. I keep thinking about that measuring cup shattering, the objects falling, the door creaking open. I don't have any answers, and maybe I never will. All I know is that yesterday, something was in this house with me, and I have no idea what it wanted. Story 10. I woke up suddenly, and I don't even know what time it was, but it felt like the middle of the night. The house was dead quiet except for the hum of the fridge from the kitchen. You know how it gets when everything's still and you can hear your own breathing. That's how it was. I was lying there, half asleep, trying to get comfortable again, when I heard it. Footsteps. Not like someone walking normally, but heavy, deliberate steps from upstairs. We live in a 2-story house, and my room is up there, but I was downstairs on the couch. At first, I thought maybe Mum was up and moving around, but that didn't make sense. Her room is downstairs too, off the kitchen, and she's a light sleeper. If she was up, I'd have heard her door creak or something. The footsteps kept going, pacing back and forth like someone was restless. They sounded solid, like boots on the hardwood floor, but we don't wear shoes inside, and Mum's footsteps are usually softer. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my forehead. I sat up slowly, trying not to make any noise, and just listened. The steps would stop for a second, then start again, like whoever it was looking for something I thought about calling out. But my throat felt tight, and I didn't want to draw attention to myself. What if it was an intruder? But why would they be pacing like that? It didn't add up. Then, out of nowhere, there was this loud clang from the kitchen. It sounded like a pan hitting the floor, metal on tile, sharp and sudden. I jumped, my whole body tensing up. The footsteps upstairs stopped right after that, like they'd heard it too. For a second, everything was silent again, and I could hear my own pulse thumping in my ears. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but then it happened again, another clash, like someone was banging pots and pans together. This wasn't random. It felt intentional, like someone was trying to make noise. I got off the couch, my legs shaky, and tiptoed toward the kitchen. The living room opens into it, so I could see a sliver of the room from where I was. The lights were off, but the moonlight was coming through the window over the sink, casting these weird shadows. I peeked around the corner, and nothing was out of place. The pans were hanging on the rack where they always are, and the floor was clear. No one was there, but I could still smell something metallic in the air, like the scent you get after handling coins, and it made my stomach twist. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring into the dark, waiting for something to happen, but it was quiet again. That's when I heard Mom's door open down the hall. She came out, looking sleepy and confused, her hair all messy. She saw me standing there and whispered, "What are you doing up? I thought you were gaming in your room. I heard the sounds from upstairs." My blood ran cold. I wasn't gaming. I hadn't been in my room all night. I told her I was on the couch, and her face went pale. She said she'd been woken up by what she thought was me playing some loud game with footsteps and button-mashing sounds, but it was coming from upstairs. We both looked at each other, and I could see the fear in her eyes. That's when we knew something was really wrong. We decided to check the house together. Mum grabbed a flashlight from the drawer, and I picked up a heavy book from the coffee table. Stupid, I know, but it made me feel a little safer. We started with the kitchen, shining the light around. Everything was normal, but the air felt thick, like it was hard to breathe. Then we headed upstairs. The steps creaked under our feet, and I kept expecting to see someone, but the hallway was empty. My room door was closed, just like I'd left it. When we opened it, the room was dark and quiet, my gaming console off, no signs of anyone. But the air up there was colder, like a draft was coming from somewhere, even though the windows were shut. We checked the other rooms, Mom's office, the bathroom, nothing, but as we were coming back down, we heard it again. Footsteps, this time from the backyard. Not walking, but galloping. Yeah, galloping, like a horse running. It sounded fast and heavy, pounding on the grass. We rushed to the back door, and Mom flicked on the porch light. The yard was empty, just the lawn and the fence. But the sound kept going, circling around, like something was running laps out there. I felt this chill run down my spine. It was so loud and clear, but there was nothing to see. Mom remembered we have a security camera out back. One of those cheap ones we set up after a neighbor's shed got broken into last year. It's motion activated and saves clips to an app on her phone. We huddled in the kitchen, and she pulled out her phone, her hands shaking so bad she almost dropped it. She opened the app, and we scrolled through the recordings from the last hour. At first, it was just dark, empty footage, but then we saw it. A clip from about 20 minutes ago. The motion sensor had triggered, and the video showed something moving fast across the yard. It was blurry, but you could see the shape. It looked like a large animal, maybe a deer or something, but it was moving in a way that didn't seem right. The galloping sound was picked up by the mic, loud and unmistakable, like hooves hitting the ground. But when we looked at the time stamp, it matched exactly when we heard the footsteps upstairs and the pan clashing. How could that be? There's no way an animal could get into our fenced yard without setting off the camera earlier, and it was too coordinated. We played it over and over, and each time it made less sense. The galloping sounded like it was right outside the door, but the camera showed it happening in the middle of the yard. My hands were trembling, and I could feel this pressure in my chest, like I was about to panic. Mom suggested we call the police, but what would we say? We have no evidence of a break-in, just weird noises and a blurry video. Instead, we decided to stay together in the living room, with all the lights on. We sat on the couch not talking, just listening. Every little sound made us jump. The house settling, the wind outside. I kept glancing at the stairs, half expecting to see someone there. After a while, Mom brought out some holy water she keeps from church. She's not super religious, but she said it might help if it's something, not normal. We sprinkled it around the doors and windows, and she said a quiet prayer. I didn't know what to think. Part of me felt silly, but another part was so scared I'd have tried anything. We sat there for what felt like hours, just waiting for something else to happen. The galloping had stopped, but the memory of it was stuck in my head, playing on a loop. As the sky started to lighten, the noises didn't come back, but the fear didn't go away. We were both exhausted, but too wired to sleep. Mom made some tea, and we talked about what to do next. Maybe get the camera checked, or talk to a priest, or even move out. But deep down, we both knew we might never get answers. That day, we didn't leave the house. We just stayed close, jumping at every sound, and even now, when I think about it, I can still hear those footsteps and that galloping, like it's seared into my mind. We never figured out what it was, and that's the part that haunts me the most. Me too, story 11. It was one of those field trips you're supposed to remember because it's fun, you know? A break from the boring classroom I was in 3rd grade, which would have made me 8 years old. The trip was to the Whaley house. I didn't know anything about it beforehand. I just knew we were getting on a bus and going to an old house, which sounded a lot better than math. The day started normal. It was a Tuesday, I think a bright, sunny morning, the kind where the air feels clean and everything looks sharp. I remember the bus ride, the smell of vinyl seats and packed lunches. I was sitting with my friend, but I can't remember his name now. We were just kids joking around, not a care in the world. We got to the house, and it was smaller than I thought it would be, just this white, 2-story place sitting right there in the middle of the city, like it was stubborn. The tour guide met us outside. She was a nice lady. I remember she had a kind smile, but she had this serious way of talking, like she was telling us a secret. She started telling us about the family who lived there, the Whaleys, and how some people never really left. We went inside, and the first thing that hit me was the smell. It wasn't a bad smell, just old, like dust and wood and dried flowers, a smell that's been sitting in a room for 100 years. The floorboards creaked under our feet, a real groaning sound that seemed to come from deep inside the house. The light was weird, too. It was sunny outside, but inside it was dim, like the windows were holding the light back, only letting in a pale yellow glow. We went through the parlor, the dining room. The guide was talking, but I was just a kid. My attention was everywhere. I was looking at the old furniture, the weird pictures on the wall, the little trinkets on the tables. It all felt so still, not peaceful, but waiting. Then we went out into the garden at the back. It was a relief to be back in the sun. The garden was a little messy, kind of wild, with overgrown bushes and a patch of grass. The rest of the class was bunched up near the back door, listening to the guide talk about the kinds of vegetables they used to grow. But I'd wandered off a little, towards a rose bush near a wooden fence. That's when I saw her. She was just there, a woman kneeling in the dirt by the rose bush. She was wearing a long, old-fashioned dress, the color of cream, or maybe just faded with time. Her back was to me, and she was doing something with her hands in the soil. At first, I thought it was one of those people who work there, you know, someone in costume, to make it feel more real. But then I noticed the light. The sun was shining right through her, not like a ghost in a cartoon, all glowing and white, but like she was made of dirty glass. I could see the leaves of the rose bush right through the sleeve of her dress. I could see the fence posts through her back. She was pale, so pale she was almost see-through, but with a kind of greyish tint, like old newspaper. She turned her head, just a little, and I saw her profile. She had a sharp nose and her hair was pulled back tight. She wasn't looking at me. She was just looking down at the ground. But I felt frozen. My feet felt glued to the grass. It wasn't a feeling of being scared, not yet. It was confusion. My brain couldn't make sense of what my eyes were seeing. It was like looking at a person and a window at the same time. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like a long time, but it was probably only a few seconds. Then the logical part of my 8-year-old brain kicked in. I thought, if I tell the teacher, she'll know what this is. So I turned around and walked back to the group. My teacher, Mrs. Gable, was standing at the edge of the group, her arms crossed. I tugged on her sweater. "Mrs. Gable," I said, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. She looked down at me, a little annoyed at the interruption. "What is it?" "There's a lady over there," I said, pointing towards the rose bush. "By the flowers. She's light. I can see through her." I'll never forget the look on her face. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't concern. It was immediate, sharp anger. Her eyebrows scrunched together and her mouth got thin. "Stop that right now," she hissed, bending down so her face was close to mine. Her breath smelled like coffee. "We do not tell stories like that. You are here to learn, not to stir up trouble and scare the other children. Do you understand me?" I felt my face get hot. I wasn't trying to scare anyone. I was just telling her what I saw. The shame was instant and heavy. I just nodded, my throat tight, and looked at my shoes, but the tour guide had heard me. She had stopped talking and was staring at me. All the color had drained from her face. She looked genuinely spooked, like someone had walked over her grave. She looked from me to where I had pointed and back to me. Her mouth was slightly open. Mrs. Gable straightened up, putting on her teacher voice again. "I'm so sorry. He has quite the imagination." The tour guide didn't answer her. She just kept looking at me, and she asked, her voice much quieter now, almost a whisper, "What did she look like, honey?" I was scared to talk again, scared of getting in more trouble, but the guide's eyes were soft, so I mumbled. "She had a long dress. Her hair was up. She was digging." The guide's face went, if possible, even whiter. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. The irony of that thought didn't hit me until years later. She just gave a tiny, sharp shake of her head and said, almost to herself, "Anna, you've just described Anna Whaley." I didn't know what that meant. I just knew that the adult who knew all about this house was more frightened by my words than my teacher was angry. That's when the first real chill went through me. It started at the base of my spine, a cold little trickle, and spread out. My mum was one of the chaperones that day, and she must have seen the whole exchange. She came over, put her hand on my shoulder, and asked what was wrong. Mrs. Gable started to say something about me making up stories, but the tour guide just shook her head again, not saying a word. My mom looked at my face. I must have looked terrified and confused. She didn't ask any more questions. She just said, "We're going home." And we left right then. We didn't even say goodbye to the class. We just walked out of that garden, through the quiet house, and into the blinding sun. The normality of the outside world, the cars driving by, people walking and talking, it all felt wrong. It felt like I was coming back from somewhere else entirely. The car ride home was quiet. I stared out the window, watching the world go by. I didn't cry. I just felt hollow and cold. My mom finally asked, "What did you see, sweetie?" And I told her the same thing I told the teacher. I told her about the pale, see-through woman kneeling in the dirt. My mom didn't get mad. She didn't tell me I had an imagination. She just listened, and then she was quiet for a long time. That silence from her was more confirming than anything the tour guide could have said. She believed me. That was the end of it for a long time. I pushed it down. Kids are good at that. The memory became this strange, blurry picture in my head. Something that didn't quite fit with the rest of my life. The terror of that day wasn't really the woman in the garden. It was the yelling, the public shaming for seeing something that was undeniably there, and the chilling, silent confirmation from the one person who knew the truth. It was the feeling that the world wasn't as solid and reliable as I thought. Years went by. I grew up. I was a teenager, maybe 16 or 17, and I was hanging out with some friends in Old Town. We were just walking around, killing time. The sun was setting, painting everything in oranges and purples. We ended up near the Whaley house again. I hadn't been back since that day. I pointed it out to my friends, told them the story as a funny, weird thing that happened to me as a kid. I played it off, made it sound like a silly anecdote. They laughed, and one of them said we should check out the cemetery next to it. I felt a knot in my stomach, but I didn't want to be the one who wimped out, so we went. The cemetery is this small, fenced-in plot right next to the house, just a bunch of old, weathered headstones poking out of the grass. It was getting darker by the minute, the streetlights starting to buzz on. My friends were joking around, reading the faded names on the stones aloud in spooky voices. I wasn't really participating. I felt uneasy, that same old feeling from the garden creeping back. I was just walking along the path, my hands in my pockets, looking at the ground, and then I felt it. A hand slipped into mine. It was small, a child's hand. The shock of the touch was so immediate and so wrong that I froze mid-step. My brain short-circuited. It was cold, not like the cold of a person who's been outside, but a deep, dry bone cold, like something that had never been warm. The fingers curled lightly around mine, a gentle, familiar hold. Like a little kid holding their parent's hand to cross the street. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was too terrified to look down. I just stood there, feeling that small, freezing hand in mine. It felt real, the weight of it, the pressure of the tiny fingers. It was there. After what felt like an eternity, I forced my head to look down. There was nothing there. My hand was empty, held out at my side exactly as it had been when the feeling started. But the cold was still there. A lingering, icy sensation wrapped around my fingers and palm, as if the shape of the hand was still impressed upon my skin. I yanked my hand back, clutching it to my chest. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would break my ribs. My friends were a few feet away, still laughing, completely unaware. I was shaking all over, a full-body tremble that I couldn't control. I stumbled over to the nearest headstone, my eyes desperately scanning the carved letters, needing to know, needing some kind of horrible answer. The name was weathered, but I could still read it. It was a little girl's grave. She had died in the 1800s. She was 6 years old. The confirmation was like a physical blow. It sucked the air right out of my lungs. It wasn't a story anymore. It wasn't a weird childhood memory. It was real. The woman in the garden was real, and this was real. The terror I felt then was 1,000 times worse than when I was 8. This was a deep, primal fear, the kind that settles in your marrow and stays there. I didn't say anything to my friends. I just mumbled that I wasn't feeling well and that I had to go. I practically ran out of that cemetery, and I didn't look back. The cold feeling in my hand lasted for over an hour, a persistent phantom chill that no amount of rubbing could warm away. That was years ago. Now I'm an adult. I have a job, a normal life. But I've never been able to explain it. Not the seeing and not the touching. The worst part isn't the memory of the woman or the cold hand. It's the knowledge, the absolute certainty that there are things just outside of what we can usually see, and sometimes, for reasons I will never understand, they decide to let you know they're there. And that's it. That's all there is. No explanation, no resolution. Just the cold, hard, chilling fact of it. Story 12. It was a Saturday, I think, because I didn't have school, and my friend from down the street was over. We were bored, the way kids get when there's nothing to do, and we decided to explore the attic. I'd never been up there much because my parents said it was just for storage, but something about it always pulled at me, like a secret waiting to be found. The attic was accessed through a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling, and it always felt like climbing into another world. The air was thicker up there, cooler, and it smelled like mothballs and something else I couldn't name, something sweet and stale at the same time. My friend and I were messing around, pretending we were detectives or something, and we started poking through boxes of old clothes and books. The attic wasn't finished. It had exposed beams and insulation poking out, and in one corner there was this small crawl space. It was just a low opening behind some stacked boxes, big enough for a kid to squeeze into, but dark and narrow. I'd never paid much attention to it before, but that day, for some reason, I felt drawn to it. Maybe it was the way the light from the single bare bulb didn't reach back there, leaving it in shadow. I got down on my hands and knees and peered into the crawl space. At first I couldn't see much, just darkness and what looked like old blankets or something piled up. But then my eyes adjusted, and I saw her, a girl, maybe my age or a little older, with blonde hair that looked almost white in the dim light. She was wearing a nice dress, like something from an old photo, all frilly and clean, which was weird because everything else in the attic was covered in dust. She was just sitting there, cross-legged, staring right at me. Not smiling, not frowning, just staring with these pale eyes that didn't blink. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my skin went cold all over. It was like someone had dumped ice water down my back. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe for a second. Then I scrambled backward, knocking into a box and sending a bunch of old magazines scattering. My friend asked what was wrong, but I couldn't get the words out. I just pointed, my hand shaking. And when he looked, he saw her too. His face went white, and we both bolted for the ladder, practically falling down it in our hurry to get out of there. We ran downstairs to the living room where my mum was watching TV. I was crying by then, tears streaming down my face, and I tried to tell her what we saw. She laughed it off at first, said it was probably just a doll or a trick of the light. But I knew it wasn't. I described the girl, how real she looked, how she didn't move or make a sound. My mum sighed and came up with us to check, but when we got back to the attic, there was nothing there. The crawl space was empty, just dust and shadows. She told us we had overactive imaginations and to stay out of the attic if it scared us. But that was just the start. Later that same day, things started happening. I was in my room, trying to calm down, when I heard a creak from the hallway. I looked out, and the door to the attic ladder was slowly swinging open, like someone had pushed it from the other side. There was no one there, no draft, nothing. It just swung open and stayed there, gaping like an invitation. I slammed it shut, my hands trembling, and went back to my room. Not long after, I realized my favorite toy car was missing. I'd left it on the floor, but it was gone. I searched everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, but nothing. Then I had this gut feeling. I don't know why, but I went back up to the attic. I didn't want to, but I had to see. And there it was, sitting right in the middle of the crawl space, clean and shiny, like it had just been placed there. I didn't touch it. I just backed away, feeling sick to my stomach. When I got downstairs, I tried to act normal, but I couldn't. My dog, a big golden retriever named Buddy, was usually fearless, always following me around. I thought maybe if I took him up to the attic, he'd sniff around and show me there was nothing to fear. But when I called him to come with me, he planted his feet and refused to move. He started whining, low and scared, and when I tugged on his collar, he backed away, his tail between his legs. He never acted like that. Usually he'd go anywhere with me. That's when I knew for sure something was wrong. It wasn't just in my head. The rest of the day was a blur of fear. Every time I passed the hallway, I'd glance up at the attic door, half expecting it to be open again. Once I saw it swing open on its own, slow and deliberate, and I just ran to my room and hid under the covers. I could hear noises sometimes, soft footsteps from above, but when I'd listen closely, they'd stop. My parents didn't notice much. They were busy with their own things, and I didn't want to bother them again after they'd brushed me off. But I felt like I was going crazy. The air in the house felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me, and I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, a flash of blonde hair, a swirl of a dress, but when I turned, Nothing was there. As evening came, I tried to distract myself with TV, but I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about that girl, how she looked so real, yet so out of place. She didn't seem angry or menacing, just there, watching, and that made it worse in a way. If she'd been scary looking, I might have written it off as a nightmare, but she looked friendly, almost sweet, which made the whole thing creepier. It was like she was waiting for something or someone. When it was time for bed, I begged my mum to let me sleep downstairs, but she said no, that I was being silly. So I went to my room, but I couldn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, listening to every sound. The house settled around me, creaks and groans that I'd heard before, but now they sounded intentional, like footsteps. Then around midnight I heard it, a faint giggle, like a little girl laughing, coming from the attic. It was soft, almost musical, but it made my blood run cold. I pulled the covers over my head and prayed for morning to come. The next day, I refused to go upstairs alone. If I had to get something from my room, I'd make my mom or dad come with me. That went on for weeks, and eventually we moved out because my dad got a new job in another state. I was relieved, honestly. I thought I'd left it all behind. But years later, when I was a teenager, my mom got a phone call from the new owners of the house. They asked if we'd ever experienced anything strange there, because their daughter kept talking about playing with a blonde girl in a nice dress. They said they'd seen her in family photos sometimes, sitting on laps or standing in the background. But when they looked closer, she wasn't there. The family fell apart after that. The dad couldn't handle it, and he ended up taking his own life in the house. When my mom told me, I felt that same chill from when I was 8. Like ice spreading through my chest. I never found out who that girl was or why she was there, but that one day in the attic left a mark on me that never faded. Story 13. So, I've been sitting on this for a while now, and I don't really know how to start, but I guess I just need to get it out. It's one of those things that's been eating at me, and maybe writing it down will help, or maybe it'll just make it worse. But here goes. It was a Saturday, I remember that much. My brother, let's call him Mark because that's his name, but I'll just say my brother for this. He was looking at houses with his girlfriend, Sarah. They'd been together for a couple of years and were talking about moving in together, so they were hitting up open houses and stuff. My mum decided to tag along because she's always been into real estate, and she thought it'd be fun. I went because, well, I didn't have much else going on, and my brother asked me to come for a second opinion. Honestly, I wish I'd said no. We drove out to this place in the late morning, maybe around 11. The sun was out, but it was one of those weird days where the sky felt heavy, like it was pressing down on everything. The house was in a neighborhood I didn't know well, kind of on the outskirts of town, with lots of old trees and quiet streets. As soon as we pulled up, something felt off. Not like in a movie where there's dramatic music or anything, just a gut feeling. The house was a 2-story thing, painted a faded gray, with a roof that sagged a little in the middle. What got me first were the pigeons. There were a bunch of them perched on the roof, just sitting there, not moving. I mean, pigeons are usually skittish, right? If you get close, they fly away, but these ones were completely still, like statues, and silent. No cooing, no flapping, nothing. It was eerie. We got out of the car, and that's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, but as we walked toward the front door, it hit me. This rancid, metallic odor, like old blood or rusted metal. I wrinkled my nose and glanced at my mom. She caught my eye and whispered, "Do you smell that?" I nodded, but when I looked at my brother and Sarah, they didn't seem to notice anything. They were chatting about the yard, how overgrown it was, and how the fence needed work. My mom and I exchanged a look, but we didn't say anything else. I figured maybe it was just something in the air, a dead animal or whatever. The realtor was waiting for us inside. She was this cheerful woman in her 40s, all smiles, but her eyes didn't quite match. She handed us brochures and started talking about the potential of the house. As soon as we stepped through the door, the temperature dropped. I'm not kidding. It was like walking into a fridge. Outside, it was probably in the 70s, but in here it felt like 50 degrees. I shivered and pulled my jacket tighter. The lights in the hallway were flickering, not like a strobe light, but just enough to be annoying on and off, real subtle, but constant. The realtor didn't seem bothered by it. She led us into the living room, and that's when I saw the fog. Not like smoke, but condensation on the windows, especially in one of the bedrooms down the hall. The curtains in there were swaying, like there was a breeze, but all the windows were shut. I pointed it out to my brother, but he just shrugged and said it was probably the HVAC acting up. Sarah was already oohing and eyeing over the fireplace, which looked old and unused. My mom started feeling weird almost immediately. She's not the type to get spooked easily. She's practical, you know. But she kept rubbing her chest and said she felt like something was sitting on it, making it hard to breathe. At first I thought it was anxiety or something, but her face was pale and she was sweating even though it was cold. After a few minutes, she excused herself and went back outside to sit in the car. I should have gone with her, but I stayed with my brother and Sarah. Part of me was curious, and part of me didn't want to seem like a wimp. We moved through the house, and the further we went, the worse it got. The flickering lights followed us from room to room. In the kitchen, there was an old radio on the counter, one of those vintage ones with big dials. It was off, but as we passed, it crackled to life for a second, just static, then went silent again. Sarah jumped, and my brother laughed it off, saying it was probably picking up interference, but it felt intentional, like the house was messing with us. Then we heard a clank from the garage. It was loud, metal on metal, like someone had dropped a tool. The realtor looked confused and said, "That's odd. No one should be in there." She led us to the garage door, which was off the kitchen. When she opened it, the smell hit us again, stronger this time. That metallic stench was so thick, I almost gagged. The garage was dim, with only one bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and it was swaying slightly, casting shadows that danced on the walls. My brother went in first, and that's when we saw the windows. They were all nailed shut, not just locked, but with actual nails hammered into the frames, like someone had sealed them on purpose. The realtor seemed embarrassed and muttered something about previous owners being paranoid, but then we noticed the symbols, scratched into the walls, faint but clear. Weird shapes, like circles with lines through them, and what looked like eyes. They were all over, not just in one spot. I reached out to touch one, and the wall felt cold and damp, even though the rest of the house was dry. In the corner, there was a freezer, one of those old upright kinds. It was locked with a heavy padlock, and when my brother tried to jiggle it, it didn't budge. The realtor said she didn't have the key and that it was probably empty, but why lock an empty freezer? We stood there for a minute, just taking it in, and that's when I felt it. A pressure, like someone was watching us from the shadows. I couldn't see anything, but the hair on my arms stood up. We headed back inside, and the realtor tried to steer us toward the upstairs, but I was getting really uneasy. Sarah was holding onto my brother's arm, her knuckles white as we passed the kitchen again. The radio started up, this time playing staticky music. It was faint, like an oldies station, but distorted, and it cut in and out. No one touched it, it just happened. The realtor quickly turned it off, but her hand was shaking. We decided to check out the upstairs, mostly because my brother wanted to see the bedrooms. The stairs creaked with every step, and the cold seemed to follow us. Up there, it was even darker, with narrow hallways and doors that didn't quite close properly. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall, and that's where the fogged-over window was. The curtains were still swaying. Even though there was no draft, I walked over to the window and wiped the condensation away with my sleeve. Outside, I could see the backyard, overgrown and neglected, but nothing moving. Then, as I turned away, I saw it, The curtains in the window next door, in what looked like a smaller bedroom, were moving too. But this time, it was more than swaying. It was like someone was pulling them aside. My heart started pounding. I called my brother over and we both stared. The curtains twitched, then settled. But for a second, I thought I saw a shape behind them, like a person standing there. But the room was empty. We'd just checked it. Sarah was behind us, and she gasped. "Did you see that?" she whispered. We all did. The realtor was trying to hurry us along, saying we should wrap up, but I couldn't move. I felt frozen, like my feet were stuck to the floor. That's when the terror really set in. It wasn't just a creepy feeling anymore. It was a physical thing, crawling up my spine. We rushed downstairs, not even bothering to look at the rest of the house. As we were leaving, I glanced back up at that window, and I swear the curtains moved again, this time more violently, like they were being yanked. We practically ran to the car where my mom was waiting, looking relieved to see us. She said she'd felt better outside, but she still looked shaken. We drove away in silence, and no one talked about what happened until we were back home. Even then, it was hard to put into words. The whole thing felt like a bad dream, but I knew it was real. 2 days later, my brother tried to look up the listing online, but it was gone, vanished, like it never existed. He called the realtor, but she didn't answer, and when he tried the agency, they said they had no record of that house being on the market. Later, I did some digging and found out that the area had a dark history from the 1950s, something about a family that lived there and disappeared. Rumors of rituals or something. I never got the full story, and I'm not sure I want to. But that day, in that house, it felt like the place didn't want us there. Like we were intruders, and it was pushing us out. I still get chills thinking about it, and I don't think I'll ever forget the way those curtains moved, or that smell, or the silence of those pigeons. It's been months, and I still can't explain any of it. Story 14. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun already starting to dip behind the mountains. The inn was older than I expected, kind of weathered, with peeling paint and a creaky wooden porch. Inside, the lobby felt cramped and dim, like it hadn't been updated in decades. The guy at the front desk was friendly enough, but he had this tired look in his eyes, like he'd seen too much. He handed us the key to room 7 and pointed us down a narrow hallway. The room itself was small, with faded floral wallpaper and a musty smell that hit me as soon as we stepped inside. It was clean, but everything felt worn out, from the scratchy wool blanket on the bed to the dusty curtains hanging over the window. Right above the bed, there was this chandelier made from an old wagon wheel. It was weird. I'd never seen anything like it. The wheels were dark wood, with little bulbs stuck in between the spokes. My wife thought it was cute, in a kitschy way, but it gave me the creeps from the start. I remember joking that it looked like something out of a horror movie, but she just laughed it off. We unpacked our bags, had dinner at a diner down the road, and came back to the room around 9 o'clock. My wife fell asleep almost immediately, curled up on her side of the bed. I stayed up for a bit, reading on my phone, but eventually I turned off the lights and tried to sleep. The room was quiet, too quiet. No traffic sounds, just the occasional whistle of wind outside. I remember feeling uneasy, but I chalked it up to being in a strange place. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was awake again. The room was pitch black, and I could hear my wife breathing softly beside me. I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It was just past 2 in the morning. That's when I noticed the chandelier. It was glowing, not like it was turned on, but brighter, way brighter than it should have been. The bulbs weren't just lit. They were shining with this intense, almost blinding light, like someone had cranked up the brightness to max. But there was no sound, no hum, no flicker, nothing. It was completely silent. I lay there, staring up at it, my heart starting to race. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no, it was real. The light stayed like that for what felt like a full minute. Then it began to fade. Slowly, gradually, like someone was turning a dimmer switch until it was back to normal, dark and still. I was frozen, my mind racing. What the hell was that? I kept telling myself it was a wiring issue, something logical, but deep down I felt a knot of dread forming in my stomach. I tried to go back to sleep, but I was too wired. I lay there for what felt like hours, just listening to the silence. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something at the foot of the bed, soft, blue orbs of light, floating about a foot off the ground. They were small, maybe the size of golf balls, and they glowed with a faint, eerie blue. At first, I thought it was a reflection from somewhere, but there was no source. They just hung there, shimmering slightly, like bubbles or will-o'-the-wisps. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to wake my wife, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, my body rigid with fear. That's when I felt the pressure. It started on my legs, right around my ankles. At first it was light, like someone had laid a hand on me. But then it grew heavier, as if something was pressing down. Slowly, it began to slide up my legs, toward my knees, then my thighs. It was a weird crawling sensation, like a weight was moving inch by inch. I could feel it through the sheets, this undeniable presence. And there was a sound, a soft, steady hissing, like air leaking from a tire, or a whisper you can't quite make out. It wasn't loud, but in the dead silence of the room, it was all I could hear. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I was sweating, my palms clammy, and I had this overwhelming urge to scream. But nothing came out. I just lay there, trapped under the sheet, my eyes fixed on those blue orbs. The pressure kept moving up, over my hips, onto my stomach, and then to my chest. It felt like an invisible hand was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I tried to shift, to roll over, but I couldn't. It was like I was pinned in place. The hissing sound seemed to get closer, right by my ear, and I could swear I felt a cold breath on my neck. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10, but it felt like an eternity. Then, as suddenly as it started, the pressure lifted. The hissing stopped, and the blue orbs faded away, dissolving into nothing. The room was dark and quiet again, but the fear didn't leave me. I stayed frozen for what felt like another hour, too terrified to move. I kept expecting something else to happen, for the lights to come back, or for the pressure to return, but nothing did. Eventually, I gathered enough courage to sit up. My body was stiff, and I was shaking all over. I looked over at my wife. She was still asleep, completely unaware. Part of me wanted to wake her, to tell her what happened, but I couldn't. What would I say? That I saw ghosts, or felt some invisible force? She'd think I was crazy, plus I didn't want to scare her. So I did the only thing I could think of. I decided to leave. I got out of bed as quietly as possible, my legs wobbling beneath me. I packed my bag in the dark, fumbling with the zipper, my hands trembling. I didn't even bother with most of my stuff, just threw in my phone, wallet and keys. I left my wife's things there, thinking I'd come back for her later or call her from the road. I scribbled a quick note on a piece of paper. Had to leave early, call you later, and left it on the nightstand. Then I slipped out of the room, closing the door softly behind me. The hallway was just as creepy as before, shadows stretching along the walls. I hurried to the car, my heart still racing. The cold night air hit me as I stepped outside, and I took deep breaths, trying to calm down. I got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. The roads were empty, and I pushed the pedal, wanting to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. I didn't stop until I was miles away, parked at a rest area where I finally called my wife. She was confused and a little angry, but I made up some excuse about an emergency at work. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Months went by, and I tried to forget about it, but one night I was browsing online, reading about haunted places, and I stumbled upon a forum thread about the Yaka Inn. My blood ran cold as I read the posts. People were sharing stories about Room 7, the same room I stayed in. They talked about an old wagon wheel chandelier that would glow brightly for no reason, soft blue orbs appearing in the night, and a pressure that would slide up the bed, accompanied by a hissing sound. Turns out, the inn is haunted by a heartbroken actress who ended her life there decades ago. Guests have reported lights, footsteps, and that exact bed pressure for years. Reading those accounts, I felt a chill crawl up my spine. It wasn't just in my head, it was real. And the worst part, people said she's still there, waiting in that room. I never went back, and I never told my wife what really happened to this day. I can't explain it, but I know what I felt, and I know it was waiting for me. Story 15. It was about 3 years ago when I was in Peru with this travel group I'd signed up for. We were all strangers, really, just a bunch of people thrown together by some budget tour company, and most of us were solo travelers looking to see the sights without too much hassle. That day, we'd spent the morning wandering around Cusco, taking in the old streets and the way the sunlight hit the cobblestones, making everything look golden and ancient. I remember feeling pretty good, tired from the altitude, sure, but excited to be somewhere so far from home. We'd just finished up at a market and everyone was hungry, so our guide suggested this place he knew, a restaurant tucked away in a side alley. He said it had great local food and we all went along with it because, well, when you're in a group, you just follow the leader sometimes. The restaurant didn't look like much from the outside. It was one of those old colonial buildings with a faded sign hanging crookedly over the door, and the paint was chipping off in places you could tell it had been around for a long time. As we walked in, the first thing I noticed was the smell, a mix of spices and something earthy, like damp stone, which made sense because the place felt cool and dim after the bright sun outside. But then I saw the staircase. It was right there in the middle of the room, a spiral staircase made of dark, worn wood, curling up to a second floor. I don't know why, but as soon as I laid eyes on it, my stomach tightened. It wasn't anything I could put into words. It was just this immediate gut-level reaction. Like when you're a kid and you know you shouldn't go into a certain room, but you can't say why. We were all shuffling in, finding seats at a long table, and I ended up near the base of that staircase. Without thinking, I reached out and touched the railing. My fingers brushed against the wood, and it felt cold. Not just cool from the air, but a deep, unnatural cold that seemed to seep into my skin. And that's when the dread hit me. It wasn't a slow build, it was instant, like a switch flipping in my head. My heart started pounding, and I felt this urge to turn around and run. I looked around the room, trying to shake it off. The place was normal enough. Tables with checkered cloths, people eating and chatting, the clatter of dishes from the kitchen. But everything felt off, like I was watching a play, and the actors were about to drop character. The air felt heavy too, like it was pressing down on me, and I had to take a deep breath just to keep from panicking. I tried to act normal, pulling out a chair and sitting down, but my hands were trembling. I kept glancing at the staircase, half expecting something to move, but it was just there, silent and still. The others were laughing and ordering drinks, and I forced a smile, but inside I was screaming. It was irrational, I knew that. Nothing bad was happening. The food smelled good and the staff were smiling, but I felt this intense sense of being unwelcome, like the place itself didn't want me there. It's hard to describe. It wasn't a person giving me a dirty look or anything like that. It was more like the walls were watching me, and they were angry. That's when I noticed one of the girls in our group, a quiet woman who'd been keeping to herself most of the trip. She was sitting across from me, and her face had gone pale. She was staring at the staircase too, and her knuckles were white where she was gripping the edge of the table. Our eyes met, and I saw the same fear in hers that I was feeling. It wasn't just me. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head, and I knew she felt it too. We didn't say anything, we didn't have to. That shared look was enough to confirm that something was wrong here, something beyond what we could see. I tried to focus on the menu, but the words blurred together. My throat felt dry and I kept swallowing, trying to get rid of the lump that had formed there. The noise in the room seemed to fade in and out, like someone was turning a volume knob. I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears, and every time someone laughed or a plate clinked, it felt too loud, too sharp. I started noticing little details that made it worse. The way the shadows gathered at the base of the staircase, how the light from the windows didn't quite reach there, leaving it in a perpetual gloom. There was a draft coming from upstairs, a cold breeze that shouldn't have been there, and it made the hairs on my arm stand up. The girl, I never learned her name, leaned forward slightly, and in a low voice, she whispered, "Do you feel that?" I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My mouth felt like it was full of cotton. She looked around, her eyes wide, and then she stood up, grabbing her bag. "I can't stay here," she said, a little louder this time, and a couple of people glanced over, but most were too engrossed in their conversations. That was my cue. I stood up too, my legs feeling weak, and muttered something about needing air. No one really paid attention. They probably thought we were just being fussy or something. We didn't wait for anyone else. We just headed for the door, moving quickly but trying not to draw attention. As I passed the staircase again, I couldn't help but look up. The spiral seemed to twist into darkness, and for a second, I thought I saw a flicker of movement, like a shadow detaching itself from the wall. My breath caught, and I hurried after the girl, pushing the door open and stumbling out into the alley. The sunlight hit me like a physical blow, warm and bright, and I almost cried from relief. But the fear didn't leave me. It was still there, coiled in my stomach like a snake. We didn't speak until we were a block away, walking fast, our footsteps echoing on the stones. She turned to me, her face still pale, and said, "What was that?" Her voice was shaky. I shook my head, because I had no answer. All I could say was, "I don't know," but I had to get out of there. We both knew we'd felt the same thing, this overwhelming dread that made no sense. It wasn't about the food or the people. It was about the place itself, like it was alive and hostile. We decided to head back to the hotel together. The walk felt longer than it should have, and every time we passed a dark doorway or an empty street, my heart would skip a beat. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following us. The girl stayed close, and we didn't talk much, just exchanged nervous glances. When we finally reached the hotel, it was like stepping into a sanctuary. The lobby was bright and modern, with soft music playing, and I could feel the tension start to ease from my shoulders. We went our separate ways after that. With a quick, awkward goodbye, I went up to my room and locked the door, leaning against it for a minute just to breathe. My hands were still shaking, and I had to sit on the bed to steady myself. I kept thinking about that staircase, the cold railing, the way the air had felt thick and heavy. Why had it affected us so much? Was it some kind of shared hallucination, or was there something there that we couldn't see? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the altitude or stress or something we ate. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The fear had been too real, too visceral. It was the kind of fear that comes from a primitive part of your brain, the part that knows danger before your conscious mind does, and sharing it with someone else made it even more unsettling. It wasn't just in my head, it was in hers too. The rest of the day, I stayed in my room, too rattled to go out. I could hear the others coming back later, laughing and talking about how good the food was, and I felt a pang of guilt for not staying, but mostly I felt relief that I'd gotten out. When I saw the girl at breakfast the next morning, we avoided each other's eyes. like we'd shared a secret that was too embarrassing or too scary to talk about. We never brought it up again, and I never found out if anyone else in the group felt anything weird. Maybe they didn't, or maybe they just ignored it. But to this day, I still think about that restaurant. Sometimes when I'm in a strange place, or I feel a sudden chill, my mind goes back to that spiral staircase and the irrational dread that washed over me. I've never been able to explain it, and I doubt I ever will. It's just one of those things that happened. A moment of pure, unexplainable fear that left me shaken and wondering about the world in a way I never had before. And every time I remember it, I get that same cold feeling in my chest, like I'm back there, touching that railing, and knowing I shouldn't have stayed. Story 16. The basement isn't finished or anything. It's just this big, open space with concrete floors and walls that always have this damp, earthy smell. There's a washer and dryer in one corner and an old furnace that makes these low, groaning noises sometimes. I set up a sleeping bag and a pillow on the floor near the stairs, figuring it'd be fine for one night. I remember lying down around 11 o'clock, the only light coming from a small window near the ceiling that let in a sliver of moonlight. It was quiet at first, just the hum of the fridge upstairs and the occasional creak from the house settling. I fell asleep pretty quickly, tired from the day. Then the dream started. It wasn't like my usual dreams, where things are jumbled and don't make sense. This one felt sharp, like I was really there. I was in a dark place, kinda like the basement, but emptier, and then he showed up. A man with black hair that looked too solid, like it was painted on, and his grin. It was stretched way too wide, almost from ear to ear, but not in a happy way. It was fixed, like a mask. His eyes were what got me, though. They were triangular, pointed at the corners, and they flickered. Not like a light bulb, but like fire, shifting and dancing in a way that made my stomach twist. He didn't move at first. He just stood there, watching me, and it felt like he'd pushed his way into my dream, like he wasn't supposed to be there but decided to stay. I woke up with a jolt, my heart hammering in my chest. For a second I thought it was just the dream fading, but then I heard it. Footsteps. Not slow or creeping, but fast, like someone running away from me. They started right near my head and rushed toward the stairs, fading out like whoever it was had bolted up them. The sound was clear, sharp on the concrete, and it sent a chill down my spine. I lay there frozen, my breath caught in my throat, trying to make sense of it. Was it the house? An animal? But it sounded too human, too deliberate. That's when the cold hit me. Not like the cool air of the basement, but a deep, penetrating cold that seeped into my bones. It came in a wave, washing over me so suddenly that I shivered uncontrollably. I was wearing a hoodie, one of those soft ones I always sleep in, and I felt the hood lift. Not like it was caught on something, but like a finger had hooked under it and tugged it up gently, just for a second. My skin prickled all over, and I could feel every hair on my arms stand up. I was still frozen, couldn't move a muscle, like my body had turned to stone. My mind was screaming at me to get up, to run, but I was stuck there, staring into the dark. Then came the tug. It was physical, real, a sharp pull on my arm, like someone had grabbed me and yanked, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to snap me out of that freeze. It was the weirdest sensation, like a hand had closed around my wrist and jerked me awake from the inside. All at once, I could move again, and I didn't think. I just acted. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and I ran for the stairs. I didn't look back, didn't even grab my stuff. I took the steps 2 at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and I could feel something behind me, like a presence chasing me up. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears, and when I reached the top, I slammed the basement door shut and fumbled for the lock. My hands were shaking so bad it took me a couple tries to turn the bolt. I leaned against the door, panting, my whole body trembling. The house was quiet now, just the hum of the fridge and my own ragged breathing. I stood there for what felt like forever, listening for any sound from downstairs, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no cold, just silence. I eventually made my way to the couch in the living room and sat there, wrapped in a blanket, too scared to sleep. Every little noise made me jump. The tick of the clock, a car passing outside. I kept replaying it in my head. The dream, the footsteps, the cold, the tug. It all happened so fast, in what couldn't have been more than a few minutes. But it felt like hours. I never went back down there to sleep after that. The next day, I gathered my stuff from the basement in the daylight, my hands still shaky, and I avoided even looking toward that part of the house for weeks. To this day, I can't explain what it was. A dream that bled into reality. Some kind of entity, like it got tangled in my sleep and didn't belong. I don't know. But the memory of that man with the stretched grin and flickering eyes and the physical feel of that tug, it stuck with me. I still get chills thinking about it, and I'll never forget how real it all felt, like something reached out and touched me in the dark. Story 17. I've always loved the woods, ever since I was a kid. There's something about being out there, just you and the wild, that makes you feel alive. So when I moved out to northeast Washington a few months back, with the Blue Mountains right in my backyard, I felt like I'd hit the jackpot. I'm an avid hunter, mostly deer and elk, and I was itching to get away from the crowds and find some real solitude. That's why I decided on a solo camping trip deep into the wilderness, way off the beaten path. I packed up my gear, my trusted rifle, a lightweight tent, a sleeping bag, some food, and enough water for a couple of days. I told my wife I'd be back in 48 hours, and she just nodded, used to my trips by now. The day started out perfect. It was a crisp fall morning, the kind where the air smells like pine and damp earth. I drove my truck as far as I could on a dirt road, then parked it near a gated logging road that was closed off for the season. From there, I hiked in for about 3 hours, climbing up a steep ridge that overlooked a vast valley. I wanted to be high up, somewhere I could glass for game without anyone else around. By the time I set up camp, the sun was dipping behind the peaks, casting long shadows through the trees. I built a small fire, cooked some beans and sausages, and just sat there, listening to the sounds of the forest settling down for the night. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. I turned in early, around 9 o'clock, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and fell asleep to the crackle of the dying fire. For the first few hours, everything was normal. But then, around 1 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. And I mean suddenly, like someone had dumped ice water on my face. My head was throbbing, this deep, pulsing ache right behind my eyes that made it hard to think straight. I'd never had a headache like that before. It felt like my skull was being squeezed in a vice. I sat up in my tent, rubbing my temples, trying to shake it off, but it only got worse. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe an animal moving around outside. But no, this was different. It was a low, hollow sound, like someone blowing across the top of a giant bottle, but way louder. It echoed from somewhere down the mountainside, and it sent a chill straight down my spine. I've spent years in the woods. I know what elk bugles sound like, what coyotes howling sounds like. This wasn't any of that. It was too uniform, too repetitive, like it was on a loop. Every 10 or 15 seconds it would come again, that same hollow groan. And each time, my headache would pulse in sync with it. I unzipped my tent flap and peered out into the darkness. The moon was out, casting a pale light over the ridge, but I couldn't see anything moving. The sound seemed to be coming from about 200 yards away, maybe 300, down in the trees below me. I grabbed my rifle, force of habit, and stood up, my heart hammering in my chest. The headache was making me dizzy, and I had to lean against a tree to steady myself. I listened hard, trying to pinpoint the source, but the sound kept shifting, like it was moving parallel to me. That's when the fear really started to set in. I've been scared in the woods before. Once when I stumbled on a bear, another time when I got lost in a snowstorm. But this was different. This felt intentional, like whatever was making that sound knew I was there and was playing with me. I decided right then that I needed to get out of there. I didn't care about my gear or the trip. I just needed to get back to my truck. I quickly packed up what I could, stuffing my sleeping bag and tent into my backpack, leaving the fire pit behind. I didn't even bother to put out the embers properly, which I'd never do normally. But I was too spooked. I started hiking down the ridge, following the gated road I'd come up on. It was rough going in the dark, even with my headlamp. The ground was uneven, covered in loose rocks and fallen branches, and my headache made every step feel like a struggle, and that sound, it never stopped. It stayed with me, always about 200 to 300 yards away, matching my pace. If I walked faster, it seemed to move faster. If I slowed down, it slowed down too. I kept glancing over my shoulder, shining my light into the trees, but I never saw anything. No eyes reflecting back, no movement, nothing, just that endless hollow noise. After about 20 minutes of this, I was breathing hard, and not just from the exertion. My chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air, and the headache was so bad I was seeing spots I had to stop a couple of times to vomit, my stomach churning from the pain and the fear. Each time I paused, the sound would pause too, then start up again when I moved. It was like it was herding me, keeping me on a leash. I've never felt so hunted in my life. I'm the one who's supposed to be the hunter, but out there, I was prey. I remember stumbling over a root and falling hard, scraping my hands on the gravel. I lay there for a second, panting, and the sound stopped completely. The silence was almost worse, because it felt like whatever it was had stopped to listen too. I scrambled back to my feet, my hands shaking, and started moving again. As soon as I did, the sound picked up right where it left off. That's when I knew for sure that it wasn't an animal. Animals don't do that. They might stalk you, but they don't play games like this. This thing was intelligent, and it wanted me to know it was there without showing itself. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. I've had that sensation before in the woods, where you just know something's looking at you, but this was intense. It was like there were eyes on me from every direction, boring into my back. I kept spinning around, my rifle held tight, but there was never anything there, just darkness and that damn sound. My headlamp battery started to die, flickering and dimming, which made everything 10 times worse. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night, with something I couldn't see or understand, hunting me. I pushed on, my legs burning, my head throbbing with every step. The gated road twisted and turned down the mountainside, and I focused on just putting one foot in front of the other. I didn't look back anymore. I was too afraid of what I might see, or what I might not see. The sound kept its distance, never getting closer, never falling behind. It was like it had a perfect sense of where I was and how fast I was moving. I started talking to myself, just muttering under my breath, trying to keep calm. "Just get to the tree line, just get to the tree line," I kept saying. I don't know why, but something in me felt that if I could get below the trees, I'd be safe. It felt like hours. But it was probably only another 30 or 40 minutes before I started descending below the tree line. The ridge had been mostly open, with scattered trees, but now I was entering denser forest. The moment I stepped under the canopy of the first big pines, something happened. My headache vanished, just like that, gone. 1 second I was in agony, the next it was like it had never been there. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The tightness in my chest eased up, and I could breathe normally again. I stood there, listening, and the sound had stopped too. Completely silent, I didn't wait around to figure out why. I just started running, or as close to running as I could manage, with a heavy pack on my back. I didn't care about tripping or making noise. I just wanted to get to my truck. The rest of the hike down was a blur. I remember the sky starting to lighten in the east, the first hints of dawn filtering through the trees. By the time I reached the gated road where I'd parked, the sun was just peeking over the horizon. I saw my truck sitting there, and I've never been so relieved to see anything in my life. I fumbled with the keys, my hand still shaking, got in, and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time, just breathing, watching the woods for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. No sound, no headache, just the normal morning noises of birds and squirrels. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing. I didn't tell my wife everything at first. I just said I'd cut the trip short because I wasn't feeling well. But over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That sound, the headache, the feeling of being stalked. It haunted me. So I started digging online, looking for anything that might explain it. I found forums about strange occurrences in the wilderness, and that's where I came across descriptions of Bigfoot calls. People had recorded sounds just like what I heard. Low, hollow, repetitive vocalizations that were often associated with sightings. I listened to some clips and my blood ran cold. It was identical. I'd always been skeptical about that kind of stuff. Thought it was just folklore or hoaxes. But hearing it again, even through a computer speaker, brought back all that fear. I never went back to hunt that deep alone again. I stick to areas closer to home now, where there are other people around. Sometimes when I'm out in the woods, I'll get a twinge of that old fear, and I'll find myself listening for that sound, but it's never come back. Whatever it was that followed me that night, it let me go once I reached the tree line. I still don't know what it was, and I probably never will. All I know is that something out there in the Blue Mountains knew I was there, and it didn't want me to leave easily. To this day, the memory of those unseen eyes and that hollow sound sends a shiver down my spine, and I can't explain any of it. Story 18. It was 1965, and I was 9 years old. My mum, she packed up our whole lives and moved us 6 kids from some dusty Arizona town to a place called Caramel, California. The name sounded fancy, like candy, and the house we rented was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. White with blue shutters, a big porch, and a massive oak tree in the front yard. It felt like we'd won the lottery. The woman who owned the place, she was hesitant. At first, Mum told us later, she had that look, like she was about to say no. But then she saw all of us lined up, trying our best to be quiet and polite. There were 6 of us, from me, the youngest, up to my brother Mark, who was 16. I guess we charmed her because she handed over the keys. That first week was all sunshine and exploring. We claimed bedrooms. I got one with a window seat that looked out over the backyard, and for a little while it was perfect. It felt like a real home, something solid and good after years of things being shaky. Then things started to go wrong. Not all at once, but little by little, the way a drip from a faucet becomes a puddle you can't ignore. It started with stuff going missing. My hairbrush, Mark's favorite baseball, my sister Sarah's homework. We'd blame each other, get into screaming matches over it. Mum would just tell us to calm down, that things get misplaced. But they weren't misplaced. They'd turn up in places they had no business being. My hairbrush was in the freezer once. Sarah's homework was found in the fireplace, crumpled but not burned. Then came the sounds. At first, it was just the house settling. Or that's what we told ourselves. But the creaks and groans started to have a rhythm to them. They were footsteps, clear as day. You'd be sitting in the living room and you'd hear them walking across the floor upstairs. A heavy, deliberate tread. You'd call out, "Who's up there?" And the footsteps would just stop. The silence that followed was worse. Names too. A whisper. You'd be in your room and you'd hear your name called from the hallway. Just a soft, breathy sound. You'd go to the door, open it, and there'd be no one there. It happened to all of us. We stopped answering after a while. The day it really changed, the day the little things became big things, was a Saturday. I remember because there was no school. Mum was in the kitchen trying out a new recipe for some church potluck. I was on the floor of the living room trying to build a model airplane. Mark had gone up into the attic to look for an old box of his stuff. The attic was this dark, unfinished space you got to by pulling down a folding ladder from the hallway ceiling. None of us liked going up there. It was always colder than it should have been, and it smelled like old wood and dust, but with something else underneath, something sour. I heard Mark's footsteps on the ladder, then the thump of him walking around above me. Then I heard him stop, a complete stop. Then I heard this scramble, a frantic, panicked sound of feet slipping on the wooden floorboards. The attic door at the top of the ladder flew open, and Mark came tumbling down the ladder, half falling, half sliding. He landed in a heap on the hallway floor, his face white as a sheet, his eyes wide with a terror I'd never seen on my big brother's face before. He was gasping, trying to get words out. He just pointed a shaking finger up at the dark rectangle of the attic opening. "A thing!" he choked out. "A blob! It was just floating there, and then it came at me." And as he said it, the pictures on the wall next to me started to swing. Not just wobble, but swing violently on their nails, banging against the wall. One of them, a framed cross-stitch of a flower my mum had made, flew right off the wall and crashed on the floor, the glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. It wasn't a draft. There were no windows open. The air in the house was perfectly still and dead quiet, except for the banging of the pictures and the sound of Mark hyperventilating on the floor. That was the first time I felt the cold, a patch of air right in the middle of the hallway that was freezing. You could walk through it, and your skin would prickle with goosebumps. It was a deep, wet cold that felt wrong in the middle of a California afternoon. That same day, my sister Charity changed. She was 13, quiet, with this long, pale hair she was always brushing. After the thing in the attic, she just withdrew. She stopped talking to us almost completely. She'd spend hours out in the backyard, just standing under the big oak tree, her hand pressed against the bark. She wasn't just leaning on it, she was having a conversation with it. Her lips would be moving, whispering things we couldn't hear. It was creepy. Mum said she was just being a moody teenager, but it was more than that. She found this little crawl space behind a loose panel in her bedroom closet. It was a dark, dirt-floored space, maybe 3 feet high, and she started playing in there with mice. She'd lure them in with bits of bread and cheese, and she'd have these little cages made of shoeboxes and wire. She'd sit in that dark space for hours, talking to them, letting them crawl on her hands. The rest of us were terrified of the sounds in the walls, but she was making friends with them. It felt like a betrayal. Things kept escalating. Objects didn't just move, they flew. A dinner plate shot off the table and smashed against the far wall during a meal. A book flew off a shelf and hit my other brother, David, in the back of the head hard enough to leave a lump. The house was turning on us, and it was pitting us against each other. We were all on edge, snapping, suspicious. The happy family that charmed the landlady was gone, replaced by a bunch of scared, angry strangers living under the same cursed roof. The worst part, before the end, was the thing with the mice. Mum was trying to start a little business from home, doing wigs and hairpieces for women in the area. She had a big party planned, a wig party, she called it, with a bunch of ladies from the neighborhood coming over to see her styles. The house was cleaned from top to bottom, trying to make everything look normal. The party was in full swing in the living room, a bunch of women in fancy dresses sipping tea, my mom showing off her wigs on these little stands. And then one of the ladies, Mrs. Gable, let out this ear-piercing shriek. She was pointing at the floor. And there, scurrying right through the middle of all these fancy shoes, was one of Charity's white mice. It must have gotten out of the crawl space. The party was ruined. The women left in a hurry, making excuses, their faces tight with disgust. Mum was humiliated. Her little business, her chance to make something for herself, was over just like that. She was so angry, but not at Charity, not really. She was angry at the house. She knew. We all knew. A few days after the party, Charity came screaming out of her room. She was hysterical, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. We all ran in. The little shoebox cage where she kept her baby mice was torn to shreds, and inside a huge, wild rat, its fur matted and dirty, was just there. It had gotten into the locked cage somehow and slaughtered all the babies. It just stood there, staring at us with these black, shiny eyes, before it darted back into a hole in the wall. It felt deliberate. It felt like a message. You love these little creatures? I'll show you what I can do. That's when Mom started fighting back. She tried everything people told her to try. She went around the house with bowls of salt, lining the windowsills and doorways. The next day, all the salt was piled into neat little mounds in the center of each room. She burned sage, waving the smoking bundle in every corner, chanting prayers she'd read in a book. The smoke seemed to thicken and choke the air, and the footsteps that night were louder, angrier, pacing right outside our bedroom doors. She even brought in priests. 2 different ones came. They'd walk through the house, sprinkling holy water, their voices low and solemn. Each time, it felt like it worked for a few hours. A blessed, peaceful silence would descend, but then it would come back, and the time between the quiet and the chaos got shorter and shorter. It was like we were poking a bear with a stick, and it was waking up. The last priest, Father McReady, was an older man with a kind face but tired eyes. He came on a Tuesday. I remember the light was fading, casting long, strange shadows through the house. He did the whole thing, the prayers, the holy water, the crucifix held high. He was in the attic for a long time. When he came back down, he wasn't the same man. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling. He had this look of pure, undiluted fear. He walked right up to my mom, didn't even bother with pleasantries. "You need to leave," he said, his voice low and urgent. "You all need to get out of this house right now. Don't pack. Just go." Mom started to protest, to ask what he saw, but he cut her off. "It's not a ghost," he said. "It's something else, and it's angry. I've made it very, very angry." As if on cue, a crash came from the kitchen. We all jumped, then another from the living room. We ran to look. Every plate, every cup, every glass in the kitchen cabinets had been thrown out and shattered on the floor. In the living room, the pictures weren't just swinging, they were being ripped from the walls and hurled across the room, frames splintering, glass exploding. It was a storm of violence contained within our house. That was it. That was all the convincing we needed. We didn't pack a thing. We just ran, all 6 of us kids, my mom grabbing her purse and the car keys. We piled into the station wagon, and my mom sped away from that beautiful blue-shuttered house like the devil himself was on our bumper. We drove to the first motel we could find, a dingy place with flickering neon signs, and we got 2 rooms. We all crammed into one of them that night, nobody wanting to be alone. The next day, while my dad was driving up from Arizona to meet us, Mom made some phone calls. She called the landlady, demanding to know what she'd gotten us into. At first the woman was defensive, but then she just broke down. She told my mom everything. The house had a history, a dark one. 2 priests had been murdered in the attic back in the 40s. Their throats were slashed, and on the walls, written in what was assumed to be their own blood, were symbols and words, demonic writing. The house had been sold 5 times in the 2 years before we rented it. 5 families. And every single one of them had left suddenly, breaking their leases, never giving a real reason. We never went back. Not for our clothes, not for our toys, not for anything. We lost almost everything we owned. But we got out. That was almost 60 years ago now. I'm an old man. I've had a family of my own, a career, a whole life, but I still dream about that house. I still feel that patch of freezing air in the hallway. I still see my brother's face, white with a terror that wasn't human. I still see that wild rat staring out from that destroyed cage. We never found out what it was. We never knew why it was there. We just knew it hated us. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I can still feel that hatred, like a cold spot on my soul, and I just know, that it's still waiting in that house in Caramel for someone else to charm. Story 19. It was one of those late October days in Cleveland where the sky just gives up, turning into this flat, grey sheet that makes everything feel heavy. I'd been living in this rental house for about 8 months. It was an okay place, a little dated, but it had a big yard and, weirdly, a private well. The landlord made a big deal about it when we signed the lease, said it was an artesian well, that the water was pure, and we'd never have to pay a city bill. I remember thinking it was a quirky bonus, not a central feature of my life. The well was out back, covered by this heavy, circular concrete lid with a rusted iron ring in the center. I never touched it. Why would I? We had running water in the house, but that well, it was always just there, a silent thing in the yard. The feeling started small, a sort of background hum of wrongness that I kept dismissing. You know how you can be in your own home and just feel like you're not entirely alone. It was like that, but sharper. I'd be reading on the couch and get the distinct, unshakable feeling that a little boy was standing in the hallway just around the corner watching me. It wasn't a scary feeling at first, not like a monster. It was more like a sad curiosity. I'd jerk my head up, expecting to see a neighbor's kid who'd wandered in, but the hallway was always empty, just the same old brown carpet and the faded floral wallpaper. And then there was the other one, the man. If the boy felt like a whisper, the man felt like a wall, a heavy, silent presence that seemed to stand guard. I never saw him, not even in my mind's eye like I sometimes did with the boy. I just felt him, usually near the back door, the one that looked out onto the yard where the well was. It felt like he was standing post, making sure nothing came in from that direction, or maybe making sure nothing got out. The day it all came to a head was a Saturday. My roommate, let's call him Mark, was out. He'd been on edge for weeks, jumpy and short-tempered, but I'd chalked it up to stress at work. I was in the kitchen, making coffee, trying to shake off the night's restlessness. The house was too quiet. It was the kind of quiet that has weight to it, that presses in on your eardrums. I kept glancing down the hall, half expecting to see a small shadow detach itself from the others. That's when I heard it. A whisper. It was so faint I thought it was the fridge motor kicking on. I froze, my hand hovering over the coffee maker. There it was again. Not words, not anything I could understand. It was just a sound. A soft exhaling sound, like someone sighing from another room. It came from the direction of the crawlspace access, which was a small, square door in the hallway closet, behind the winter coats and a pile of old shoes. My skin went cold. This was different from the feelings. This was a sound, a real physical sound in my house. I stood there for a full minute, maybe 2, not breathing, just listening. But the house had gone back to its heavy, watchful silence. I tried to shrug it off. I told myself it was the house settling, the pipes, the wind. But there was no wind. The trees outside were perfectly still. I poured my coffee and the cup rattled in the saucer because my hands were shaking. That's when I decided I needed to get out, to be around people. A friend was having a party that night, and even though I wasn't in a party mood, the thought of being in a crowded, noisy room felt like a lifeline. The party was in a cramped apartment in Ohio City, full of people I mostly didn't know. The air was thick with the smell of beer and perfume, and it was so loud I could feel the bass from the music thumping in my chest. I found a spot near a bookshelf and just tried to blend in, to absorb the normalcy. It was there that I got talking to a woman. She was older, maybe in her 40s, with this intense, direct way of looking at you. A friend of a friend introduced her and mentioned, almost as an aside, that she was a horror actress. She'd been in a bunch of low-budget indie films. I thought it was a cool piece of trivia. We made small talk for a few minutes about the noise, about the city. And then she just looked at me, her head tilted. Her eyes, which had been friendly, seemed to sharpen, to focus on something just behind me. "You live in that house with the well, don't you?" she said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I felt the blood drain from my face. How could she know that? I'd never seen her before in my life. I just stared at her, my mouth slightly open. She didn't wait for me to answer. "Your roommate. His name is Mark." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This was beyond coincidence. This was invasive. She leaned in a little closer, her voice dropping, but I could still hear her perfectly over the din of the party. "He's in trouble, legal trouble. It's going to happen soon. He's going to be arrested." I took a step back, bumping into the bookshelf. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" She ignored my questions. Her gaze was distant now, like she was reading something written on the air between us. "There's a boy in your house, a lost boy. He's drawn to the water. He's been there a long time." Her eyes snapped back to mine. "And there's a man there too. He watches, he guards the boy. He's trying to keep him safe, to keep him contained." I couldn't breathe. The noisy, crowded room seemed to shrink, the voices becoming a muffled roar in my ears. She had just described with terrifying accuracy the two sensations I had been feeling for weeks, the sad little boy and the silent, guarding man. And she knew Mark's name, and she was talking about his arrest. "How do you know this?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. She just shook her head slowly, a look of what might have been pity on her face. "It's just what I see. Be careful. It's not a safe place." I left the party right then. I don't even remember saying goodbye to anyone. I just walked out into the cold night air, my heart hammering against my ribs. The drive home was a blur. All I could think about was her words, replaying them over and over in my head. A lost boy, drawn to the water, the well. When I got home, the house was dark. Mark wasn't back yet. I turned on every light I passed, flooding the hallway, the living room, the kitchen with a harsh, yellow glow. It didn't help. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. It felt like the walls themselves had eyes. I went straight to my room and locked the door, pushing a chair under the knob like a kid afraid of monsters. I sat on my bed, fully dressed, and listened. I heard the whispers again, clearer now. They seemed to be coming from the walls, a soft, insistent sibilance that rose and fell like a distant radio signal you can almost, but not quite, tune into. The next few days were a special kind of hell. I avoided Mark. I couldn't look at him without thinking about what the actress had said. He was tense, pacing, always on his phone with his voice low. Then, 3 days after the party, it happened. 2 police cars pulled up outside in the morning. I watched from my window as they put him in handcuffs and led him away. I don't know what it was for. Some probation violation from a past charge, I later found out. But in that moment, standing at the window with the cold glass under my fingertips, all I could hear was the actress's voice in my head. "He's going to be arrested." She was right about all of it. The house felt different after that, emptier but in a worse way. With Mark gone, the silence wasn't just heavy, it was predatory. The whispers from the crawl space became more frequent. I started sleeping with the lights on. I'd wake up in the middle of the night convinced I could hear a child crying, a soft, muffled sound that seemed to be seeping up through the floorboards. I'd lie there, paralyzed, my sheets soaked with cold sweat, until the sound faded away, or until I convinced myself it was just the house. I couldn't live like that. A friend of mine, someone who believed in this kind of thing, recommended a medium. I was desperate. I'd never believed in any of it before, not really. It was all just stories, but now I was the story. I called her. She came over on a Thursday afternoon. She was a small, ordinary-looking woman in her 50s, wearing a practical coat and carrying a large woven bag. She didn't have a dramatic aura. She looked like someone's mom. She walked through the house slowly, not saying much. She paused in the hallway, right near the closet with the crawl space door. "This is where it's strongest," she said, her voice calm. "There's a great deal of sadness here. A child. He's confused. He's bound to this place." She asked me about the well. I told her, my voice trembling. She just nodded. She didn't need any tools or rituals. She had me open the crawl space door. The smell that came out was awful. Damp earth, decay, and something else, something metallic and cold. It was a small, dark hole leading into utter blackness. She didn't go in. She just knelt in front of it, closed her eyes, and placed her hands on the frame. I stood back, my arms wrapped around myself. I don't know what I expected to happen. A gust of wind, a ghostly moan. Nothing like that happened. The house just got very, very still. The kind of stillness that comes after a loud noise. The background hum of wrongness that had been my constant companion for weeks just stopped. It was like a television that had been left on mute in another room was suddenly switched off. She stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes, her face a mask of concentration. Then she opened her eyes, stood up, and brushed the dust from her knees. "It's done," she said. "He's at peace now. The man who was guarding him has moved on as well. They were tied to that water source. It's a conduit, an anchor. It's calm now." She said it so matter-of-factly, like she'd just fixed a leaky faucet. I walked her to the door, my legs feeling weak. I thanked her, my voice a whisper. She just smiled a small, tired smile and left. I stood in my hallway, alone. The house was quiet, not the heavy, watchful quiet from before, but a normal, empty house quiet, the kind I'd craved for weeks. I walked over to the crawl space door and closed it. I didn't hear any whispers. I didn't feel any eyes on me. The pressing weight in the air was gone. I never saw or felt the boy or the man again. The hauntings were over. But I wasn't the same. I'd crossed a bridge into a world I never knew existed, a world that ran parallel to our own, just out of sight. I'd had my proof. It wasn't in a dramatic, ghostly apparition or objects flying across the room. It was in the quiet accuracy of a stranger at a party, in the sudden, profound silence after a woman knelt in my hallway. I moved out a month later. I never drank the water from that well. I sometimes wonder about the lost boy, who he was. How he ended up tied to that dark, damp space under my house. I don't have any answers. All I have is the memory of the silence that fell, a silence so complete it was louder than any ghost, and the chilling knowledge that everything that actress told me was true. Moana Kienzu, Story 20. It was one of those grey, drizzly Sundays that just makes you want to stay in bed, the kind where the sky looks like a wet blanket and the air feels heavy and cold. My boyfriend Mark had to go visit his mom a couple towns over for the whole day, something about helping her sort through a bunch of old family stuff in her attic. He'd asked me if I wanted to come, but the idea of spending 8 hours listening to them argue about what to do with his grandpa's old bowling trophies sounded like my own personal hell. So I told him I'd just hang out at his place, maybe finally binge that show everyone was talking about. I should probably describe the house. It wasn't a creepy mansion or anything you'd see in a movie. It was just old. A 2-story place his grandparents had bought back in the 1960s. Mark got it when his grandma passed away a few years ago. He loved it, talked about all the character it had. To me, the character was mostly drafts that came from nowhere, floorboards that creaked even when you were standing perfectly still, and this weird, specific smell I could never place. A mix of old books, dust, and something faintly sweet, like dried flowers. That day the house felt different, emptier. Usually when Mark was at work, the silence was comfortable. This was a thick, waiting kind of silence. I was curled up on the couch in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, trying to read. But I kept losing my place. My skin was prickling, the fine hairs on my arms standing up. You know that feeling you get when you're sure someone is standing right behind you? That intense, focused pressure between your shoulder blades. I had that hard, but every time I'd whip my head around, the room was just a room. The armchair was empty. The hallway was dark, and still I tried to shrug it off. Told myself I was just spooked from being alone in a big, noisy house on a gloomy day. But the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. It started to feel less like a vague feeling and more like a specific thing, a focus. It felt like it was coming from the corner of the room, near the old brick fireplace. There was nothing there, just a shadow, but the shadow felt heavy. My heart was starting to thump against my ribs, a dull, frantic rhythm. My mouth went dry. This wasn't just my imagination anymore. This was a physical reaction. I felt cold, a deep chill that had nothing to do with the draft from the window. I set my book down slowly on the coffee table, the sound of the cover hitting the wood way too loud in the quiet. I don't know why I did what I did next. It wasn't a thought-out decision. It was just a reaction, a surge of stubbornness mixed with pure fear. I sat up straight on the couch, looked directly at that corner, and I spoke. My voice came out quieter than I wanted, a little shaky, but firm. Stop looking at me. I didn't yell it. I just said it, like I was telling a dog to get off the furniture, and the most insane thing happened. The feeling lifted, just like that. It was as if a weight I hadn't even fully registered was suddenly gone from the room. The air felt lighter. The pressure between my shoulders vanished. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, my shoulders slumping. A shaky, relieved laugh almost escaped my lips. See, I told myself. It was all in your head. You just freaked yourself out. For about 10 minutes, I actually believed it. I felt silly. I picked my book back up, tried to find my page again. The house was just a house. The silence was just silence. Then the TV turned on. The sound made me jump so hard, I nearly fell off the couch. It wasn't a soft power-up. It was a loud, sudden blip of sound and light, the screen flashing to life from complete blackness. The volume was blaring, some obnoxious commercial for a used car dealership. My hand flew to my chest, my heart hammering again. The remote was on the coffee table right next to my book. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even been near it. I stared at the screen, confused. Maybe there was a short in the wiring. The house was old, after all. But as I watched, the channel changed. It flipped to the next one. Then the next. It was scrolling through the channels, fast, like someone was just mashing the button on the remote. But the remote was still sitting there, inert. On the table, I stood up, my legs feeling weak. "What the hell?" I whispered to the empty room. The channel flipping stopped. It landed on a movie. I recognized it immediately, the staticky, older film quality. The little girl in her pajamas, sitting in front of a different TV, one filled with roaring static. She was saying the line, the famous one. "They're here." It was Poltergeist. A cold dread, so much worse than the initial fear, washed over me. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a short circuit. A short circuit doesn't pick a horror movie about a haunted house, a movie about a family tormented through their television. This was a message. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't look away from the screen. The actress was talking to the static, her face pale. I felt a scream building in my chest, a tight, panicked knot, but I didn't scream. That same stubborn, defiant part of me from before pushed its way to the surface. This thing, whatever it was messing with me, and I was not going to let it. I turned my back to the TV, facing the room again. I clenched my fists at my sides, my nails digging into my palms. I forced the words out, louder this time, my voice trembling but clear. I said, "Stop it, turn it off, now." The second the last word left my mouth, the sound from the TV cut out silence. Absolute, dead silence. I stood there for a full minute, maybe two, just listening. My ears were ringing in the quiet. I was too scared to turn around. I was afraid of what I would see, or what I wouldn't see. Slowly, muscles tense, I looked over my shoulder. The TV screen was black, off. The room was back to how it was before, just me and the quiet, creaky house. I didn't sit back down. I didn't pick up my book. I paced. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation, and coming up completely empty, I called Mark. It went straight to voicemail. He was probably in his mom's basement, where there was no service. I didn't leave a message. What would I say? Hey, your TV's acting weird and I think your house might be haunted. He'd think I was losing it. I ended up calling my friend Sarah. I didn't tell her everything. I just said I was feeling really creeped out at Mark's and asked if she could come over for a bit. She heard the strain in my voice and said she'd be right there. The time between that call and her arrival was the longest 45 minutes of my life. I stayed in the middle of the living room, not touching anything, just listening to every pop and groan the house made. Every normal sound was a threat. The fridge kicking on made me jump. The furnace rumbling in the basement sounded like a growl. When Sarah finally pulled up, the relief was so physical it made my knees weak. I met her at the door, probably looking like a complete maniac. She came in, shaking the rain off her jacket. "Okay, what's up?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, trying to make a joke. I just shook my head, leading her into the living room. "I don't know. Weird stuff. The TV..." I started telling her about it, my words tumbling out in a rushed, messy heap. The feeling of being watched, me telling it to stop. The TV turning on and flipping to that specific movie. As I was talking, we were both just standing there in the middle of the room. I was gesturing towards the TV, explaining how it had just gone silent after I commanded it to. And that's when it happened again. The TV didn't turn on this time, the lights did. The floor lamp in the corner, with its old fabric-covered shade, flickered once. Then it glowed, but it wasn't the normal, warm, yellowish light from the bulb. It was a cold, electric, unnatural blue. It wasn't a bright flash. It was a steady, eerie luminescence, like the light from a blacklight, but softer, deeper. It pulsed faintly, casting long, distorted blue shadows across the walls and the ceiling. Sarah stopped me mid-sentence. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the lamp. "What? What is that?" she whispered. Before I could even form a word, the same blue light bloomed from the TV screen. The TV was still off, the screen black. But from behind the glass, this same impossible blue light was shining out, illuminating the entertainment center and the wall around it with that same sickly, pulsing glow. We both just stared. My brain short-circuited. There was no explanation for this. None. This wasn't a power surge. This wasn't bad wiring. This was a color that didn't exist in nature, emanating from two separate electronic devices at the same time. The air in the room grew cold again, that deep, penetrating chill that settles in your bones. I could see my own breath misting in front of my face, a tiny, faint cloud in the weird blue light. Sarah took a step back, bumping into the coffee table. "We need to go. Right now," she said. Her voice tight with a fear that mirrored my own, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at the blue glow from the TV. It felt like it was looking back at me. This wasn't just a presence anymore. This was an intelligence. This was something that had understood my command earlier, had obeyed it, and was now showing me that it had just been playing along. It was showing me that it could do things I couldn't even comprehend. The movie wasn't the point. The point was this display. This was it saying, you see what I can do. I am here, and I want you to know that I am here." The blue light from the lamp and the TV pulsed in unison for a few more seconds. A slow, rhythmic beat, like a silent, cold heart. The shadows in the room swayed and stretched. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The blue light vanished. The room was plunged back into the dim, grey light of the rainy afternoon. The lamp was just a lamp. The TV was just a dark screen. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I have ever heard. It was filled with the echo of what had just happened. Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "We are leaving. Now." I let her pull me towards the door. I didn't look back. I just grabbed my keys and my phone, and we walked out of that house, got into her car, and drove away. We didn't speak for the first 10 minutes. We just drove. The wipers swishing back and forth, clearing the rain from the windshield. I never spent another night in that house. Mark thought I was overreacting, thought it was some kind of freak electrical phenomenon. He never saw anything. He never felt that watching feeling. He sold the house about a year later to a young couple. I sometimes wonder if they ever saw the blue lights. I wonder if they ever felt that specific, deliberate presence in the corner of the living room near the fireplace. I never told them. What would I say? All I know is that something in that house was aware of me. It knew I was there, and it knew how to get my attention. It listened to me, and then it showed me, in a way I could never deny or explain away, that it was real, and that it wanted me to know it was real. That was the worst part. Not the fear, but the certainty, the chilling, absolute certainty that I was not alone, and that whatever was there with me was not just some random, mindless force. It was something that saw me, understood me, and decided to show me a glimpse of what it could do.
Story 21. My room was at the end of the hallway. I had 2 cats at the time, a big fluffy orange one named Marmalade and a smaller skittish black cat named Shadow. They usually slept at the foot of my bed or sometimes on the shelf of my headboard. That night they were both on the bed with me when I fell asleep. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was that kind of waking up that's instant and total. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was completely, painfully awake. The house was dead silent, the kind of silence that feels thick and heavy, like a blanket smothering everything. And that's when I heard it, a low, rumbling growl. It was Marmalade. He was standing on my legs, his body rigid, his fur puffed out so he looked twice his normal size. His eyes were fixed on the corner of my room, near my dresser. Then Shadow joined in, this high-pitched spitting hiss that was pure venom. I'd never heard either of them make sounds like that. It wasn't a play hiss or an annoyed growl. This was a sound of sheer, unadulterated terror. My heart immediately started hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful thumping that made it hard to breathe. I was frozen for a second, just listening to the awful noise they were making, and then I forced myself to look. My dresser was against the wall opposite my bed. On top of it was a small lamp, a stack of books, and a little jewelry box my mum had given me. The street light from outside cast a weak, orangish glow through my window blinds, painting slanted bars of light across the floor and part of the dresser, and in the corner, just to the right of the dresser where the light didn't quite reach, something was standing there. It was tall, really tall. It had to be stooping a little because its head was just a few inches from the ceiling. The shape was man-like, but all wrong. It was just a solid, dark silhouette, blacker than the shadows around it, and it had no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a smooth, blank space where a face should have been. It was completely, utterly still. It wasn't breathing, it wasn't shifting its weight, it was just there. A coldness washed over me, a chill that started in my stomach and spread out to my fingers and toes, making them feel numb. This wasn't a trick of the light. This wasn't my imagination. My cats were seeing it too. They were seeing it, and they were losing their minds. The air in the room felt thin and icy, and the silence, aside from the cats, was absolute. It was a listening silence. My first thought wasn't even a thought. It was just a jolt of pure animal panic. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat had closed up. I just moved. I threw the covers off and scrambled out of the bed so fast I almost fell. I didn't look back. I didn't grab my cats. I just ran.
My feet barely touched the carpet in the hallway. I could hear my own blood roaring in my ears, a whooshing sound that drowned out everything else. I burst into my grandparents' room without knocking. The door was slightly ajar, and I shoved it open, my whole body trembling so hard my teeth were chattering. My grandpa was a light sleeper. The second I was in the room, I saw him sit up in bed. "Grandpa!" I managed to choke out. It was barely a whisper. He didn't ask what was wrong. He just saw me standing there shaking, probably white as a ghost, and he swung his legs out of bed. My grandma was waking up now too, asking what was happening in a sleepy, confused voice. My grandpa came over to me, put his hands on my shoulders. They were warm and solid. "What is it? What did you see?" I couldn't get the words out properly. I just pointed a shaky finger back toward the hallway. "In my room, there's a man in the corner." He didn't hesitate. He didn't tell me it was a dream. He just nodded, his face serious. "Okay, you're okay, come on." He led me to the bed and had me climb in. He told me to lie down in the middle, between him and my grandma. I slid under the covers, and my grandma, now fully awake, put a protective arm around me. She was warm and soft, and she smelled like lavender soap. My grandpa got back into bed on the other side of me. I was sandwiched between them, their solid adult bodies on either side. I could feel the tremors still running through my legs. My grandpa lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling. He wasn't going back to sleep. I could feel the tension in his body. We lay there in silence for a long time. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, listening. I was waiting for a sound, for footsteps in the hall, for the creak of my bedroom door opening. But there was nothing, just the normal, quiet sounds of the house at night. After what felt like an hour, my breathing started to slow down. The immediate heart attack fear was fading, replaced by a deep, bone-level dread that hummed through my system. I was safe here, in this bed. But my room was just down the hall. My room, where that thing had been. My grandpa finally spoke, his voice low and calm. "Did it have a face?" The question was so specific, so direct, that it cut through the last of my panic. I shook my head against the pillow. No, it didn't have a face. He just let out a long, slow breath. "Okay." He never explained why he asked that. He never told me what he thought it was. He just made sure I was safe. And then he stayed awake, on guard, until the sun started to come up and the room turned from black to gray. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, seeing that tall, dark shape in the corner of my mind. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was like a physical pressure on my skin, even from the safety of my grandparents' room. That was the first time, but it wasn't the last. Our grandparents' house in Lancaster was an old place, full of weird noises and creaky floorboards. My sister told me once, years later, about a time she was staying there. She woke up in the middle of the night and saw a little girl in a white nightgown pacing back and forth past her bedroom door. She said the girl just walked from one end of the hallway to the other, over and over, like she was waiting for someone. My sister said she just pulled the covers over her head and prayed for morning. I believed her completely. When I was 10, the same age as when I saw the faceless thing, I had to stay alone in one of the bedrooms at the Lancaster house just for one night. I remember feeling brave about it, like it was a test. I went to sleep fine, but I woke up with a jolt, the same way I had in my own bedroom. It was pitch black, but I had this sharp, certain knowledge that someone was standing directly behind me, right next to the head of the bed. I could feel a presence there, a cold spot in the air. I didn't even turn to look. I just screamed, a raw, terrified scream that ripped its way out of my throat. I heard my grandpa's footsteps thundering down the hall almost instantly. The door flew open and light from the hallway spilled in. He was standing there, and in his hands he was holding a small wooden cross and a little bottle of water. He didn't even look at me first. His eyes scanned the dark corners of the room. Then he started praying, not in a whisper, but in a loud, firm voice. He sprinkled the water around the room on the windowsill near the bed. The whole time, that feeling of someone standing behind me just vanished. It was like a switch had been flipped. The room felt normal again, just a room. He came over, made sure I was okay, and sat in the chair in the corner until I fell back asleep. The worst one, the one that felt the most invasive, happened when I was 17. I was sleeping on the pull-out couch in my grandparents' living room in Lancaster. I'd fallen asleep with the TV on, some late-night talk show. The volume low, I woke up into sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, so I recognized the feeling, the awful, crushing weight on my chest, the inability to move or speak. You're awake, you're aware, but your body is still asleep. I was lying on my back, and I could see the TV screen across the room. The show was gone. The screen wasn't blue or black. It was glowing with this strange, intense light. It wasn't a normal light from the TV. It was a solid, shimmering field of gold and white, like looking at liquid metal. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Then, a shadow stretched out from the side of the screen. It was a hand, a man's hand, long-fingered and dark. It reached out from the edge of the glow, not like a picture on the screen, but like it was coming out of it, into the room. The paralysis gripped me tighter, a vice around my lungs. I couldn't even whimper. A silhouette pulled itself out of that golden light. A man's shape, dark and featureless, stepped down from the TV screen and stood on the floor in front of the couch. He was just a black cutout against the glow. And then the sound started. A low, resonant humming, so deep it was more a vibration than a noise. It filled the room, and it made my teeth ache, a horrible grinding sensation deep in my jaw. The figure took a step toward the couch, toward me. That was it. That was all I could take. I squeezed my eyes shut as hard as I could. I put every bit of my will into that one action. Don't look, don't look, don't look. I focused on the blackness behind my eyelids, and I prayed for it to be over. I don't know how long I lay there like that, trapped in my own body, listening to that awful hum and waiting to feel a touch. Eventually, the pressure in my chest eased. The sound faded. The sense of a presence receded. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was opening my eyes, and it was morning sunlight was streaming through the windows. The TV was off. The room was perfectly normal. Just recently, my best friend stayed at my grandma's house. She slept in my grandma's old room. The next morning, she called me, her voice shaky. She said she'd been woken up in the middle of the night by a loud clatter. She turned on the light and saw that a framed photo had slid off the shelf and landed face down on the floor. She thought it was weird, but put it back and went to sleep. A little while later, it happened again. The same photo, sliding off the shelf. Then she heard footsteps, clear as day, on the wooden floor in the hallway, a slow, steady walking pace. She didn't leave the room all night. Out of all of it, the moment that has never left me, the one that still makes me glance over my shoulder in a dark room, is that first one, the faceless figure. The way my cats reacted, the absolute stillness of it. The way my grandpa didn't question it, he just knew. He knew to ask if it had a face. That's the part that gets me, even now. He knew what to ask. I never found out how he knew or what he thought it was. I never asked. Some things, you just don't want to know the answers to. You just know what you saw. And you know that it saw you. And that feeling, the feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't be there, that feeling never really goes away. Story 22. I still think about that day sometimes, usually when I'm trying to fall asleep and my mind wanders to places I'd rather it didn't. It was a Tuesday. I remember that much because Tuesdays were always slow at the bookstore, and I usually spent them dusting shelves and rearranging old novels no one ever bought. The bookstore was in this little riverside town that had seen better days, lots of boarded-up shops and a rumour mill that never stopped churning about its smuggling past. People said the whole area was riddled with old tunnels and hidden rooms from back when bootleggers ran the show. I never paid much attention to those stories until that morning I got to work a little before 8, like I always did. The sky was overcast, the kind of grey that makes everything feel heavy and damp. The bookstore was in an old brick building that had been around since the late 1800s, with creaky floorboards and windows that rattled every time a truck rumbled by on the main road. I parked my car out back, grabbed my keys, and headed for the front door. That's when I noticed something was off right away. The alarm panel by the door usually beeped when I disarmed it, but this time it was making this low, steady tone, like it was being set, not turned off. I frowned and tried my code again, but nothing happened. The display showed it was active, which made no sense because I was the one who closed up the night before, and I always set it myself. I figured maybe the batteries were dying or something, so I decided to just unlock the door and deal with it inside. The key turned fine, but when I pushed the door open, a rush of cold air hit me. Not just the usual chill from an old building, but a deep, damp cold that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I stepped inside, and that's when I saw the cellar door. It was supposed to be locked tight. We kept it bolted from the outside because the cellar was a mess, full of moldy boxes and old ledgers from when the place was a speakeasy back in the 20s. But today, it was slightly ajar, maybe an inch or two, enough that I could see the darkness beyond. My first thought was that someone had broken in. My heart started thumping hard in my chest, and I felt that tightness in my throat you get when you're scared but trying to act normal. I called out, "Hello, is anyone here?" No answer, just silence, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the back room. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to look like an idiot if it was nothing. Maybe the owner had come in early for something and forgotten to reset the alarm. But why would he go down to the cellar? No one ever went down there. I decided to check it out myself. I grabbed the heavy flashlight we kept behind the counter, the one with the rubber grip that always felt cold in my hand, and headed toward the cellar door. The floorboards creaked under my feet, louder than usual, like they were complaining about me moving. I pushed the door open wider, and the smell hit me first. Wet paper, like old books left out in the rain, mixed with something else, something earthy and stale. It was so strong it made my nose wrinkle. The stairs leading down were steep and wooden with no handrail, and I could see dust motes dancing in the beam of my flashlight. I started down the steps, taking them slow because they were slippery in spots. The air got colder with each step, that kind of cold that seeps into your bones. About halfway down, I heard a faint shuffling noise, like someone moving around. I froze, my grip tightening on the flashlight. "Hello?" I called again, my voice echoing a little in the cramped space. Still no answer. I shone the light down into the cellar, and that's when I saw them. There were 4 men standing in a loose circle near the back wall, all facing away from me. They were just standing there, not moving, like statues. One of them was wearing an orange safety vest, the kind construction workers wear, bright and out of place in the dim cellar. The others were in dark, worn-looking clothes, jeans and jackets that seemed too heavy for the weather. I could see their silhouettes in the light, and they didn't react at all to me coming down. No turning around, no noise, nothing. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my mouth went dry. "Hey, what are you doing down here?" I said, louder this time, trying to sound authoritative. Nothing. They didn't even twitch. I took another step down, my shoes scraping on the wood, and now I was close enough to see details. The cellar was cluttered with stacks of old boxes, some of them crumbling, and a few rusty tools leaned against the wall. The men were standing on a patch of bare concrete floor, and the air around them seemed even colder, like a pocket of winter in the middle of the room. I could see their breath misting in the flashlight beam, little puffs of white in the gloom. I remember thinking how still they were, not like people waiting for something, but like they were frozen in place. I inched closer, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my ears. I reached out, almost without thinking, and tapped the shoulder of the man in the orange vest. My fingers brushed against the rough fabric, and it felt ice cold, like he'd been out in the snow. He didn't move. I pulled my hand back fast, my skin tingling. "Can you hear me?" I asked, my voice shaking now. No response. It was like they weren't even real, but I could see the details. The frayed edges of the vest, the dirt on their pants, the way one man's hair was matted down. They looked solid, tangible, but completely disconnected from the world. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring, my mind racing. Were they sleepwalking? Drugged? But why would they be in the cellar of an antique bookstore? Then I remembered the stories about the building's past, how it was once a speakeasy, a hidden bar during Prohibition, and how workers would use the cellar to store illicit goods. People said you could sometimes hear echoes of old conversations down there, or see shadows moving. I'd always laughed it off, but now, standing in that freezing cold with these men ignoring me, it didn't seem so funny. After a few minutes, I started to feel dizzy, like the air was too thin. I decided to go back up and call for help. I turned around and climbed the stairs, my legs feeling weak. When I got to the top, I pushed the cellar door shut behind me, my hands trembling. I leaned against the wall for a second, trying to catch my breath. That's when I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow, heavy footsteps. I whirled around and the door creaked open. The man in the orange vest was coming up, alone. He stepped into the light of the bookstore and he looked normal, except for his eyes. They were blank, like he wasn't really seeing me. He stopped a few feet away and I could smell that wet paper smell on him, stronger now. "I'm alone," he said, his voice flat and emotionless, like he was reciting lines. "There's no one else down there." I stared at him, my mind reeling. What about the other three? I'd just seen them. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. He just stood there, not moving, not blinking. Then, after a moment, he turned and walked toward the front door, like he was going to leave. I followed him, my feet feeling like lead. He didn't look back, just opened the door and stepped outside, disappearing around the corner. I stood there in the doorway, the cold morning air biting at my face. My heart was still pounding and I felt sick to my stomach. I locked the door and leaned against it, trying to process what had just happened. That's when I heard it, low murmurs coming from the cellar. Not loud, but clear, like people talking softly downstairs. I strained to listen, but I couldn't make out any words. It was just a steady, hushed buzzing, like a swarm of bees far away. I thought about going back down, but my body wouldn't move. Fear had me rooted to the spot. I ended up sitting behind the counter for the next hour, jumping at every little noise. The murmurs kept going, on and off, sometimes fading away only to start up again. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I saw ghostly workers in the cellar? They'd think I was crazy. Plus, the man in the vest had said he was alone. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, the stress of work, the lack of sleep. But I knew I hadn't. The cold, the smell, the unresponsive men. It was all too real. Later that day, when the owner came in, I asked him if he'd been in the cellar or if anyone else had access. He looked at me like I was nuts and said no. The cellar had been locked up for years, except for the occasional check for leaks. He didn't notice anything out of place, and when I mentioned the alarm, he just shrugged and said it had been acting up lately. I didn't push it. What could I say? I worked the rest of the shift in a daze, jumping every time the bell on the door jingled. The murmurs from the cellar eventually stopped, but the memory of those men stayed with me. I kept seeing them in my mind, Their still backs, the cold air, the way the man in the vest had looked right through me. I quit that job a week later, couldn't handle the unease every time I walked into the place. Even now, years later, I can't explain what happened. Were they ghosts, echoes of the past, or something else? I don't know. All I know is that for one morning in that dusty old bookstore, I stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see, and it left me with a chill that never really went away. Sometimes, when I'm in a quiet place, I still hear those murmurs in the back of my mind, and I wonder if they're still down there, waiting.